This rare glow only appears in real empaths. Carl Jung once said, "The meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed." In the same way, real empaths carry a rare glow that transforms every space they enter, often without even realizing it. This isn't just about feeling emotions. It's about embodying a frequency that can heal, uplift, and awaken others. In today's video on spiritual wisdom, we'll explore Jung's chilling truth about this rare aura and how you can apply these principles in your daily life for personal growth and happiness. Have you ever felt people sense something unique in you the moment you walk into a room? Share your experiences in the comments below. I'd love to hear your story. 1. The rare empathic aura. True empaths carry within themselves an aura that is impossible to ignore, a rare glow that Carl Jung described as the wounded healer frequency. This energy is not simply kindness or natural goodness, but the result of deep psychological alchemy, the inner transformation of pain into power, of wounds into wisdom. It is an energy that others can feel instantly the moment an empath walks into a room, a presence that heals without words, comforts without effort, and unsettles without intention. This aura is born not from ease, but from hardship, from heartbreak, loss, and loneliness that have been faced and transmuted instead of denied, where others become hardened by life's cruelty. The true empath allows suffering to break them open, and through that breaking emerges a strength that radiates far beyond themselves. This wounded healer frequency is both magnetic and dangerous, both a gift and a burden. It draws people close, often without them knowing why, as if the empath's presence speaks directly to their hidden wounds. Strangers open up with confessions, friends seek counsel, and even those passing through feel inexplicably seen. Yet this same light also attracts shadows of individuals who drain energy, who are unwilling to heal, but eager to feed off another's strength. Here lies the paradox of the empath's path: to embody a healing presence while learning discernment, to shine without being consumed, to offer compassion while protecting one's soul. This is where spirituality deepens, because the empath is called to balance openness with boundaries, generosity with self-care, and light with shadow. What Jung recognized is that this aura is forged through an inner process he called psychological alchemy, where suffering is not wasted, but transmuted into higher understanding. In modern life, this truth is more relevant than ever. Every betrayal, every heartbreak, every moment of despair can be used as raw material for transformation. Instead of letting pain close the heart, the empath learns to keep it open, to let compassion grow from wounds. This is why empaths carry a presence that cannot be faked or taught. It is earned through experience and through choosing healing again and again. It is why others may feel comforted in their presence even if no words are spoken, because their very energy tells a story of survival, resilience, and love. To walk this path requires courage, because the empath's glow exposes both beauty and shadow. Some will be drawn to it like moths to flame. Others will resist it because it unsettles them, reminding them of truths they would rather avoid. Yet the empath's role is not to be understood by all, but to embody the possibility of turning suffering into strength, to live as proof that wounds can be medicine. Spiritual awakening, in this sense, is not about escaping pain, but about facing it fully and allowing it to carve the soul into something greater. It is about realizing that healing others does not come from perfection, but from having walked through the fire and emerging with a heart that still beats in love. The empath's aura, this rare glow, is not only a gift to the world, but also a reminder of responsibility. It teaches that resilience is not the absence of pain, but the transformation of it, that spirituality is not abstract, but alive in every choice to stay open, to forgive, to set boundaries, and to continue radiating light even when darkness presses in. To carry such energy is to live as both teacher and student, healer and wounded one, light bearer and human soul still learning. This is the paradox that makes the empath so rare and so needed. They walk through the same storms as others, but instead of drowning, they rise, and in rising, they light the way. If you feel connected to this rare empathic aura, affirm it now. Comment below, "I carry the rare glow," and let the world know your light cannot be hidden. 2. Origins in survival and trauma. Empaths are not simply people who feel more deeply than others. Their glow comes from something far more profound. Many of them were shaped by childhoods where safety was fragile, where being hyper-aware of the moods and intentions of others was not a choice, but a necessity for survival. Their nervous systems rewired themselves to adapt, transforming into what could be called emotional antennas, with mirror neurons firing at an unusually high level, and the limbic system becoming highly sensitive. This sensitivity, at first a defense mechanism, gradually evolved into a sacred energy field that radiates an unmistakable presence. Carl Jung described this phenomenon through the archetype of the wounded healer, someone who, through suffering, discovers not only their own resilience, but also a mysterious energy that can heal and awaken others. What once began as the instinct to endure became the foundation of a rare aura that silently influences and comforts those around it. This rare glow is both a gift and a challenge, a paradox woven into the empath's existence. On one side, it uplifts, calms, and heals those who encounter it, creating a sense of safety and connection without the need for words. On the other side, it leaves the empath vulnerable, drawing in both light and shadow, those who are nourished by their presence and those who seek to drain it. The life of an empath often feels like walking a delicate balance between giving and protecting, between allowing their energy to shine and safeguarding it from being consumed. This duality is not a flaw, but the very essence of their spiritual development, the constant transformation of pain into power, of wounds into wisdom, of survival into service. It is this inner alchemy that makes empaths living symbols of spirituality, embodying the truth that what once harmed them now becomes the light they offer to others. Everyday life continually reminds empaths of their unique wiring. Stepping into a room, they may feel the heaviness of unspoken tension or the lift of unseen joy before a single word is exchanged. Conversations linger long after they have ended, not because of the words spoken, but because the emotions of others are absorbed into their own being. This heightened awareness is not imagination, but a reflection of a nervous system attuned to the invisible signals of life. While others move through the world unaffected, empaths carry the weight and the beauty of emotions that do not belong solely to them. This constant exchange can be overwhelming, but it is also the source of profound insight. It allows them to see beneath the surface, to sense the truths others try to hide, and to respond with compassion that feels like healing in itself. Spirituality in this sense is not an abstract idea, but a daily lived experience, a practice of transforming sensitivity into guidance and connection. The true lesson is that the empath's glow, though born in hardship, is a sacred strength rather than a weakness. It is a living testimony that out of survival can come a gift powerful enough to change lives. Yet, like every great power, it requires balance and wisdom. Boundaries are not barriers, but shields that allow the empath to shine without being consumed. Grounding practices, whether prayer, meditation, time in nature, or creative expression, nurture their energy and keep it aligned with higher truth. And most importantly, they must remember that their gift is not meant to break them, but to awaken them and those they encounter. Carl Jung's reminder that the shoe that fits one person pinches another echoes strongly here, for the empath's path is unlike any other. Their glow cannot be fully explained, nor easily understood, but it can be lived with dignity, strength, and purpose. What began as survival became their most profound contribution to the world. A light of spirituality, a force of spiritual development, and a reminder that even in pain, something sacred can be born. Do you recognize this truth within your own story? If you do, affirm it boldly in the comments. I rose from survival. I carry the glow. 3. How the aura works. The aura of an empath works in a way that few truly understand, and Carl Jung offered insights that revealed just how extraordinary it is. The first stage is the energetic scan, where without effort, you begin detecting the emotions others are hiding. Grief, rage, fear, these unspoken feelings vibrate in the air, and your nervous system reads them like a silent language. This is not imagination, but a heightened sensitivity, a form of intelligence that allows you to sense what others are too afraid or too conditioned to express. It is here that the empath's journey begins, standing at the threshold between what is seen and what is felt. From scanning, the empath naturally moves into unconscious absorption. Here, Jung's idea of participation mystique comes alive. You are not just observing emotions, you are carrying them. Without realizing it, you hold fragments of another's pain within yourself. If someone's heart trembles with anxiety, you feel the tightness in your chest. If someone's anger simmers, you sense the fire beneath your skin. This stage is both a blessing and a burden, because the same quality that allows deep understanding can also drain you. Many empaths confuse this as weakness, but in truth, it is evidence of profound spiritual wisdom, the capacity to connect at a level most will never reach. Then comes the alchemical process, the sacred transformation. Unlike those who are crushed by the weight of raw emotion, the true empath has the rare ability to transmute it. Carl Jung called this the transcendent function, the psyche's capacity to hold shadow and light until something greater emerges. This is soul alchemy, turning grief into compassion, turning rage into clarity, turning fear into courage. Just as fire refines gold, your inner process refines suffering into healing energy. It is here that your power becomes undeniable, because what once threatened to drown you now becomes the current that carries you higher. The effect of this transformation radiates outward. Others feel lighter, calmer, and strangely healed simply by standing in your presence. They may not understand why, but their spirits respond to your frequency. Jung described this rare glow as invisible to the eyes, yet impossible for the soul to ignore. It is not born of natural charm or surface-level goodness, but of scars turned into strength, wounds polished into wisdom. This glow is a living testament that pain, when transmuted, becomes a source of light for the world. To carry this glow is to carry both responsibility and power. Your aura does not just reflect who you are. It actively shapes the energy of those around you. This is why some are drawn to you as if to warmth, while others are unsettled, even threatened, by the intensity they cannot name. It is the paradox of the empath: magnetic and vulnerable, healer and target, a soul that walks with quiet radiance in a world still learning how to see. And as Jung wrote, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. Through each stage, scanning, absorbing, transforming, you are becoming that truth, not merely surviving, but illuminating. Leave a like and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss powerful insights like this. Share your energy with us in the comments by declaring, "My aura radiates healing and light." 4. Attraction of archetypes. The aura of an empath is a powerful magnet that constantly draws in both light and shadow. Carl Jung's insights into archetypes reveal why this happens and why it can be both a blessing and a curse. On the darker side, the empath attracts the wounded child, the shadow projector, and the energy vampire. The wounded child seeks comfort for unresolved pain, pulling at the empath's compassion, but offering little balance in return. The shadow projector unconsciously casts their fears and insecurities onto the empath, mistaking sensitivity for a mirror of their inner chaos. The energy vampire, perhaps the most draining, feeds on the empath's life force, leaving them exhausted and questioning their own worth. These encounters are not just psychological interactions, but energetic exchanges that weigh heavily on the empath's spirit, demanding discernment to avoid being consumed. Yet the same aura that draws the broken also attracts the awakened. Positive archetypes, such as the conscious seeker and the authentic self, are pulled into the empath's orbit. The conscious seeker longs for growth and healing, entering into a relationship of mutual exchange rather than one-sided dependence. The authentic self, rare but invaluable, comes without masks or hidden agendas, resonating with the empath in a deep and honest connection. When empaths meet these archetypes, their energy expands, their presence becomes a beacon of spirituality, and their glow serves as a catalyst for genuine transformation. These encounters remind the empath that their gift is not only about surviving the shadows, but also about amplifying light. The challenge lies in what Jung called archetypal confusion, where the empath struggles to tell who comes to heal and who comes to feed. This confusion breeds cycles of mistrust, blurred boundaries, and unhealthy attachments. Many empaths, mistaking pain for depth, remain entangled with those who drain them, believing their mission is to heal every wounded soul they meet. In truth, not every wound is theirs to carry, and not every presence is meant to be welcomed. Spiritual awakening at its core requires intelligence as much as compassion, the ability to recognize archetypal patterns, to see beyond appearances, and to choose wisely which energies to engage. In modern life, this confusion intensifies. Digital spaces amplify archetypes, allowing energy vampires and shadow projectors to disguise themselves behind curated images and words. while true seekers and authentic souls remain less visible. The empath, scrolling through feeds or opening their heart in relationships, may feel drained without knowing why. This is where discernment must become a daily practice. Jung reminded us, who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes. Looking within allows the empath to strengthen their inner clarity, to filter the energies approaching them, and to protect the sacred glow they carry. Grounding practices, whether through meditation, prayer, or time in nature, help release energies that do not belong to them. Boundaries are not walls, but forms of spiritual wisdom, lines that protect the empath's light without dimming it. Choosing carefully who belongs in one's circle ensures that their gift is preserved for those who truly value it. The empath's aura was never meant to be consumed by confusion. It was meant to be a vessel of healing and awakening. By embracing discernment, the empath transforms their rare glow from a fragile flame into an enduring light that guides not only themselves, but also those worthy of walking beside them. 5. The mirror effect. Carl Jung once revealed a powerful truth about empaths that explains why their very presence often provokes such intense and polarized reactions from others. He described what can be called the mirror effect, where empaths unconsciously reflect back the hidden emotions, wounds, and unacknowledged truths of the people they encounter. To conscious, self-aware individuals, this reflection feels like recognition. It brings peace, comfort, and even healing, because the empath mirrors back the beauty of their inner growth. But to those who are disconnected from themselves or trapped in denial, the same reflection feels threatening. It shines light on the shadows they would rather keep buried, and that exposure can trigger discomfort, hostility, or attempts to drain the empath's energy. This is why empaths often find themselves at the center of extremes, either magnetically adored or unfairly rejected, and it has little to do with their own behavior and everything to do with the unconscious material they awaken in others. When you carry this empathic energy, you become like a living mirror, and every interaction becomes a reflection of where someone is in their own journey of spirituality and spiritual development. Those ready for honesty see in you a chance to grow, while those who fear their own truth resist, sometimes fiercely. This creates a paradox for empaths. They may feel both deeply loved and deeply misunderstood at the same time. The gift of this mirror effect is profound because it means your presence alone can catalyze transformation. But the burden is heavy because it also invites conflict and projection from people unwilling to face themselves. This dynamic teaches an important lesson. You cannot take everyone's reaction to you as a judgment of your worth. The hostility or envy you encounter often has nothing to do with you personally, but instead reflects someone else's struggle with their shadow. Understanding this allows you to release the weight of responsibility for others' emotions. Yet, it also means learning to protect yourself. Without boundaries, the constant push and pull of attraction and rejection can drain your strength and leave you questioning your own value. Empaths must develop discernment, knowing when their mirror is helping and when their energy is being misused. The beauty of Jung's insight is that it affirms the empath's role as more than simply a sensitive soul. You are a catalyst for awakening. Your presence can stir unconscious truths to the surface, and while not everyone will thank you for it, those who are ready will be transformed by it. That is why some people open their hearts to you instantly, while others distance themselves. It is the reflection, not the mirror, that determines their reaction. This understanding invites you to honor your gift without resentment and to walk with clarity, knowing that your rare glow is not meant to please everyone, but to illuminate what is hidden. To live as an empath with wisdom is to accept both sides of the mirror effect, the peace you bring to some and the discomfort you stir in others. It is to remember that your role in the larger journey of human growth is not to be universally accepted, but to embody authenticity so powerfully that those who meet you cannot help but see themselves more clearly. Some will cherish that reflection. Some will resist it, but your task is not to change their response. Your task is to remain true, to guard your energy, and to let your spirituality guide you in using this gift with purpose. In doing so, you embody the essence of spiritual development itself, living as a light that awakens, heals, and transforms, even when it unsettles the world around you. Have you ever noticed how others reflect back the very energy you carry? Share your experience in the comments so we can all learn from one another. And if you haven't explored this yet, simply type "I will reflect light" below to begin this powerful journey together. 6. Collective role. Real empaths carry within them a connection to the collective unconscious, a vast reservoir of unhealed trauma, wisdom, and memory that belongs not just to one person, but to humanity as a whole. Carl Jung, with his profound intelligence and spiritual wisdom, described this rare phenomenon as the empath's ability to sense currents that flow beneath the surface of everyday life. They are not limited to feeling the sadness of a friend or the joy of a loved one. Instead, they act as collective antennae, tuned into the invisible frequencies of the world itself. They can walk into a room and sense tension without a word spoken, or feel the heaviness of global grief long before it becomes visible. Jung once said, "The collective unconscious contains the whole spiritual heritage of mankind's evolution, born anew in the brain structure of every individual." And for empaths, this truth is not abstract theory, but an everyday experience. This heightened awareness allows empaths to receive universal wisdom and warning signals that others overlook. They sense the archetypal forces at work, the hidden patterns shaping events, and the silent whispers of humanity's wounds. Yet with this extraordinary perception comes a burden few can imagine. They often carry pain that is not their own, absorbing suffering that flows through the collective field. Jung called this risk psychic inflation, the danger of being overwhelmed by forces too vast for one individual to hold. For empaths, the weight of collective trauma can feel unbearable, leading to exhaustion, confusion, or even the sense of being consumed by energies beyond their control. And still, within this very vulnerability lies their true strength. Empaths embody the archetype of the wounded healer, transforming what they carry into insight, compassion, and healing for others. Their very presence can ease storms in another person's soul, not because they speak the right words, but because they radiate an energy born of deep suffering transmuted into light. Jung reminded us there is no coming to consciousness without pain, and empaths live this path daily. They hold the paradox of carrying both the world's wounds and its hope, sensing darkness yet offering light, feeling chaos yet bringing calm. The rare glow that surrounds an empath is not an illusion. It is the natural aura of one who lives in two realities at once, grounded in personal life, yet deeply attuned to collective existence. This glow is both a gift and a responsibility, demanding that empaths learn to balance their sensitivity with grounding practices, strong boundaries, and wise use of their intelligence. It teaches them to embrace their role not as victims of overwhelming emotions, but as vessels of transformation. Their task is not to drown in the flood of collective energy, but to rise above it, shaping it into wisdom, compassion, and guidance. To be an empath is to stand at the edge of humanity's consciousness, to feel what others cannot, and to carry forward the possibility of healing for the whole. 7. From wounded healer to sovereign healer. An empath who remains unconscious of their inner wounds inevitably becomes an emotional sponge, absorbing the weight of others' grief, anger, and pain until their own identity feels blurred. Carl Jung called this the path of the wounded healer, someone whose sensitivity is shaped by hidden scars that make them both compassionate and fragile. Yet in the realm of spirituality and spiritual awakening, wounds are not meant to be lifelong chains, but stepping stones to higher wholeness. The very suffering that once drained an empath holds the seed of transformation, waiting to be recognized and integrated. Through the process of self-healing, the empath begins to shift into a sovereign healer, sensitive but not shattered, compassionate but no longer without boundaries. This evolution requires the courage to face personal trauma, to acknowledge patterns of overgiving, and to reclaim a sense of sovereignty that allows empathy to flow with strength rather than depletion. Jung's insight aligns with modern spiritual wisdom. Empathy must be conscious, not unconscious. True healing means you can still feel the depths of others, but you no longer lose yourself in their storms. Instead, you become a steady presence, grounded, discerning, and resilient. As this inner work deepens, the empath's aura undergoes a profound transformation. It shifts from carrying a wounded frequency to radiating integrated wholeness. Others sense it immediately. The calmness you bring into a space, the quiet strength that surrounds you, the glow that feels like light forged in shadow. This energy acts as both a magnet and a filter. It attracts healthier relationships, people who honor and uplift your presence, while repelling those who once fed on your openness. Spiritual awakening reveals that this glow is not merely symbolic. It is psychological alchemy made visible, the proof that pain has been transmuted into wisdom. Jung emphasized conscious empathy, the ability to hold another's sorrow without drowning in it. In practical terms, this means listening with compassion while staying rooted in your own truth, offering kindness without sacrificing your stability, and giving without erasing yourself. It is a balance between love and boundaries, openness and self-preservation. In a modern world filled with noise, collective anxiety, and emotional chaos, such conscious empathy becomes an act of survival as well as service. It protects your energy while allowing you to remain a healing presence for others. The empath, who embodies this sovereignty, discovers that their gift is no longer a burden, but a power. By integrating wounds into wisdom, they embody spirituality as transformation rather than escape, strength rather than sacrifice. Their light is not fragile, but enduring, not naive, but deeply aware. This rare glow that Carl Jung described is the signature of a soul that has moved beyond unconscious absorption into conscious radiance, a presence that uplifts without losing itself, reminding us all that true healing lies not in denying pain, but in transmuting it into a wholeness that cannot be shaken. Don't forget to subscribe for more wisdom on transforming your wounds into strength and stepping fully into your role as a sovereign healer. 8. Evolutionary and collective purpose. Carl Jung believed that real empaths hold a rare evolutionary role in guiding humanity toward higher consciousness, for they embody authentic feeling and conscious boundaries in a world that often rewards suppression and disguise. Their ability to express emotions with honesty while maintaining inner strength shows that vulnerability is not weakness, but a profound model of integrity, inspiring others to live with truth. In a society built on appearances, empaths quietly remind us that authenticity is the true foundation of spiritual development and meaningful connection. Every act of empathy creates what Jung described as consciousness ripples, waves of healing that extend far beyond the individual. These ripples transform families, friendships, and entire communities, not through forceful effort, but through the silent power of presence. You have likely felt this before, when the calm energy of someone softened your anxiety, or when their compassionate attention gave you strength. Empaths do not need to convince or demand. They embody spirituality in motion, living proof that spiritual development is not confined to private meditation, but revealed in the way they uplift and heal the people around them. Jung also saw empaths as forerunners of humanity's collective evolution, carrying within them a glimpse of what higher awareness looks like in practice. While many pursue possessions or status, empaths reveal that true progress lies in connection, understanding, and the raising of collective consciousness. Their sensitivity, often seen as a flaw, becomes a prophetic gift pointing toward the future of human growth. They show us that spirituality is not about escaping the world, but about transforming it through presence, compassion, and wisdom born of experience. The greatest transformation comes when empaths stop viewing their sensitivity as a curse and begin to embrace it as a superpower. Instead of being overwhelmed by emotions, they learn to recognize this gift as a deeper way of perceiving reality. They can sense the truths hidden behind words, feel the unspoken pain in others, and intuitively understand the forces shaping human behavior. When supported by strong boundaries and self-awareness, this sensitivity no longer drains them, but empowers them, allowing them to live with clarity and purpose. What once felt like an unbearable weight becomes a source of vision, guidance, and strength. To be an empath, then, is to carry both responsibility and grace. You are called not only to heal yourself, but to stand as an example for others, showing that pain can be alchemized into wisdom, and that sensitivity can be the key to higher purpose. Your presence becomes a light in dark places, a mirror that reflects both truth and hope. Through your authenticity, your boundaries, and your compassion, you help shape the spiritual awakening of humanity itself. This is the rare glow Jung spoke of, the invisible energy that makes you magnetic, the sign that your spirituality is not merely personal, but part of humanity's collective journey into higher consciousness. And so, the mystery of this rare glow reminds us that true empathy is not a weakness, but a profound strength, one that Carl Jung himself recognized as both a blessing and a burden. If today's message touched you, I invite you to carry it into your own journey of growth and self-discovery. Don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who may need this wisdom, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Make sure to turn on the notification bell so you won't miss our upcoming videos filled with insights to guide your path. Spiritually awake people don't do these anymore. Carl Jung knew why. Carl Jung once said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." In today's world, being spiritually awake isn't just about what you add to your life. It's also about what you stop doing. The path of awakening calls us to release old habits, distractions, and energies that no longer serve our growth. As you listen to these insights, think about your own journey. Which of these patterns have you already let go of? And which are you still holding on to? Share your thoughts in the comments. I'd love to hear how these principles are shaping your daily life. Welcome to Spiritual Wisdom, where together we explore the truth that can transform both our happiness and our destiny. 1. Spiritual awakening is a shedding, not an adding. Spiritual awakening is not a process of adding more to your identity, but of peeling away what was never real to begin with. The patterns, masks, and expectations that once seemed necessary gradually feel heavy, suffocating, and false. Carl Jung reminded us that the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And this wisdom points to the essence of awakening. It is not about creating a new self, but about uncovering the authentic one that has always been waiting beneath the surface. As you awaken, you begin to notice how many of your choices were guided by the need to fit in, to please, or to survive. What once felt intelligent for protection, shaping yourself to meet the demands of others, seeking validation, hiding your true feelings, now feels like betrayal of the soul. These patterns do not disappear overnight, and you do not force yourself to stop them. They fall away naturally, like old skin that no longer fits. Just as a snake quietly sheds what it has outgrown, so too do you release behaviors that cannot contain the new life rising within you. Jung observed in countless individuals that transformation rarely arrives in a dramatic burst, but in a quiet, consistent unfolding. Genuine spiritual wisdom reveals itself as a slow release rather than a sudden performance. The unconscious begins to rise into awareness, and in that awareness, the old habits lose their grip. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate, Jung said. An awakening is precisely this: the shift from being ruled by invisible patterns to consciously stepping into truth. As this process deepens, you may find yourself unwilling to engage in shallow conversations, drama, or the endless cycle of seeking approval. These are not acts of arrogance or rejection. They are signs that your inner self is finally strong enough to no longer feed what drains you. Instead of grasping at validation, you begin to rest in confidence. Instead of pleasing everyone, you grow into authentic compassion. Instead of hiding behind masks, you show up as a presence. What falls away is not a loss, but a revelation. In surrendering the false, you allow the true to shine. The intelligence of the soul does not demand that you become more. It invites you to become less conditioned, less masked, less fragmented, so that you can return to the essence of who you really are. The journey is not about collapse, but about unfolding. Not about striving harder, but about surrendering deeper. With each layer released, the light of authenticity grows stronger. And in that light, you recognize that awakening was never about becoming someone new. It was always about remembering who you have been all along. Comment below. I release what no longer serves me. If you're ready to embrace the true shedding of spiritual awakening. 2. They quit seeking approval. When spiritual awakening deepens, something inside you shifts so profoundly that the old hunger for approval becomes unbearable, because the soul recognizes it as a false currency. Carl Jung said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And when this realization dawns, you begin to see how much of your life was lived through masks designed to please others. Approval seeking, once a habit that felt necessary for survival, suddenly feels like self-betrayal, because every time you mold yourself for recognition, you are trading authenticity for applause. In the noise of modern life, where likes, shares, and comments are used as proof of worth, this lesson becomes even sharper. Spirituality teaches that no amount of external validation can replace the deep, unshakable sense of value that comes from within. The awakening self begins to see how chasing approval drains energy and fragments identity. You may notice how often people sacrifice their truth to be liked, posting what they don't believe in, saying yes when their soul whispers no, or bending dreams to fit into the narrow boxes of expectation. Yet when spirituality takes root, you feel an inner resistance rising against these patterns, a refusal to keep abandoning yourself. Jung described this process as individuation, the journey of becoming whole, and in this wholeness, you no longer crave the fleeting nods of recognition because they pale in comparison to the peace of living aligned with your essence. Authenticity, once frightening, becomes irresistible, and the desire to be validated by the crowd fades, replaced by a deeper commitment to your own soul's voice. This shift is not about arrogance or indifference. It is about liberation. When you stop living for approval, you stop being controlled by it, and suddenly, the opinions of others lose their power to define you. In today's culture of comparison, where identity is often measured in numbers, spiritual awakening reminds you that the metrics of the soul cannot be counted. Inner worth is timeless and cannot be given or taken away. To accept yourself fully, shadows and all, is, as Jung wrote, the most terrifying thing, but it is also the most freeing. You begin to understand that those who truly resonate with your energy will recognize you without you needing to prove anything, because authenticity is magnetic in a way performance never could be. The wisdom here is simple but profound. Stop begging for approval and start embodying your worth. In modern life, this might mean saying no to a toxic relationship that only survives through your constant pleasing, walking away from a career path that drains your spirit just to look respectable, or silencing the urge to post for validation and instead sharing from genuine inspiration. Spirituality does not erase your longing for connection, it transforms it. You no longer want attention from everyone. You want resonance with the right ones. And paradoxically, it is when you release the chase for validation that you attract genuine love, respect, and alignment. Not because you demanded it, but because truth naturally draws what belongs to it. That is the intelligence of spiritual wisdom Carl Jung uncovered. The spiritually awake no longer seek approval. because they have already found something far greater than their authentic self. 3. They quit needing to be special. At the beginning of awakening, many people experience what Carl Jung described as spiritual inflation, a sense of being chosen, superior, or somehow above the rest. It feels like stepping into a hidden truth that others cannot yet see. And for a time, the ego clings to this sensation of specialness. But as spiritual development matures, this illusion begins to dissolve. True spirituality is never about standing on a pedestal or demanding recognition. It is about embodying authenticity without the craving for applause. The spiritually awakened discover that the desire to be seen as unique is nothing more than another mask, another performance for the outside world. And they realize that real growth lies in quietly living their truth. Jung observed that genuine maturity in spirituality is not expressed by claiming, "I am awakened," but by a deep humility that grows naturally when the ego's need for superiority fades away. Instead of trying to prove their uniqueness, spiritually awake people embody it effortlessly, like a river that does not announce its flow, yet sustains life all around it. The more they release the pressure to perform, the more their presence speaks louder than any declaration. This shift is not about shrinking who you are, but about allowing your individuality to shine without effort or competition. Jung understood that the ego, with its constant need to compare and elevate itself, is often the greatest barrier to consciousness. And so, when that need begins to fall away, what remains is something far more radiant, authenticity that cannot be manufactured, a quiet light that others naturally feel and are drawn to without explanation. In our modern world, dominated by social media and constant validation seeking, this lesson holds deep relevance. Everywhere you turn, you are encouraged to perform, to curate your identity, to measure your value by numbers, to shout louder to be noticed. But awakening pulls you in the opposite direction. It asks you to pause and ask, am I expressing my truth, or am I chasing approval? Spiritual development teaches you that real worth is not tied to recognition, but to the quiet alignment of your life with your inner essence. When you no longer depend on attention to confirm your value, you step into freedom. You begin to understand that the divine spark within does not compete. It simply exists, complete and whole in itself. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." This is the essence of awakening, not to be special compared to others, but to be whole within yourself. The spiritually awake no longer waste energy on proving their importance, because they have discovered that worthiness has always been their birthright. They do not ask the world to recognize them. They simply live in the flow of their truth, with quiet confidence and steady peace. The deeper message here is simple yet transformative. Spirituality invites you to release the burden of superiority and to rest in your authentic being. The more you let go of the need to be special, the more extraordinary life becomes, not through performance or comparison, but through the silent power of presence and the wisdom of simply being. If you're ready to release the need to be special and simply live in your authentic truth, don't forget to like this video, subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and share your reflections in the comments below. Let's grow together on this path. 4. They quit performing happiness. Spiritually awake people no longer perform happiness. because they have learned that real spiritual wisdom is not about maintaining an image of endless positivity, but about embracing the full depth of human experience. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And that truth means accepting both light and shadow, both joy and sorrow. Pretending to always be fine only creates a mask that suffocates the soul, while allowing yourself to be real opens the door to true freedom and intelligence in your spiritual journey. When you stop performing happiness, you release the exhausting need to convince others that everything is perfect. Instead, you begin to honor your feelings honestly, whether they are grief, doubt, or fear. And this honesty becomes the foundation of your strength. Jung reminded us, one does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. In this way, you no longer deny the parts of yourself that are hurting. You invite them into awareness where they can be healed. Just like the sky holds both day and night, your soul carries both light and shadow, and both are equally essential to your growth. This shift also frees you from the trap of external validation. When you stop needing to perform for others' approval, you step out of the prison of appearances and into the authenticity of your own truth. It takes courage to admit, "Today, I am not okay." But that very courage is what makes you strong and deeply human. People can sense when you are real, and it draws them closer, because authenticity carries a magnetic power that pretense never can. Spiritual maturity is not measured by how cheerful you appear, but by how whole you allow yourself to be. Jung warned, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." Performing happiness only keeps your unconscious locked away, while authenticity sets you free. By allowing yourself to rest when you are weary, to cry when you need release, and to celebrate joy when it truly flows, you honor your humanity and embody spiritual wisdom. So, the journey of awakening is not about forced positivity, but about living truthfully, with intelligence, honesty, and courage. When you stop acting happy and start being real, you step into the deeper freedom of becoming your whole self. And that is where the essence of true awakening lives. 5. They quit needing certainty. Carl Jung once reminded us, one does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. And in this truth lies the realization that certainty, though it may feel safe, becomes a cage that locks the soul away from true growth. Spiritual awakening reveals that clinging to absolute answers is not wisdom, but fear disguised as control. And the moment you begin to release the obsession with knowing everything is the moment you step into the deeper intelligence of spiritual wisdom. Life was never meant to be lived like a formula where every step is predicted. Instead, it was meant to unfold like a mystery, guiding you through paradoxes and unanswered questions that expand your spirit rather than confine it. In modern life, certainty is worshipped. People chase financial guarantees, fixed outcomes in relationships, and rigid belief systems. But awakening makes you see that certainty itself is an illusion, fragile and temporary, while openness to not knowing creates a strength that cannot be shaken. The awakened soul learns to sit comfortably with paradox, understanding that questions themselves are a sacred teacher. As Rainer Maria Rilke beautifully wrote, "Be patient toward all that is unsolved in your heart, and try to love the questions themselves. Because in loving the questions, you stop demanding the universe to hand you guarantees and instead begin to trust the unfolding of life. Spirituality teaches you that wisdom is not a static possession, but a living dialogue between your conscious choices and your unconscious depths, between reason and intuition. This is why awakened people slowly let go of their hunger for certainty. They begin to trust their inner compass, knowing that every choice, whether it feels right or wrong, carries a necessary lesson. In practice, this looks like releasing the pressure to define every relationship with labels, choosing to trust in timing instead of forcing outcomes, or allowing your beliefs to evolve instead of holding on to them out of fear. Letting go of certainty does not mean you drift without direction. It means you live with trust rather than control. When you no longer demand guarantees, you create space for synchronicity, for intuition, and for possibilities your logical mind could never predict. Life becomes an unfolding journey rather than a rigid map. And this shift brings a peace far deeper than the brittle comfort of control. Jung observed that true spirituality is not about clinging, but about releasing. Not about answers, but about presence. And the privilege of becoming who you are lies in this surrender. When you stop needing certainty, you find yourself open to wisdom that grows slowly, like light filtering through cracks in the darkness, guiding you not toward guarantees, but toward authenticity. In this way, spirituality transforms fear of the unknown into reverence for mystery, showing you that the unknown itself is not a threat, but a sacred invitation into the fullness of life. Are you ready to release the need for certainty and step fully into trust? If so, comment below. I embrace uncertainty to affirm your commitment to this path of spiritual awakening. 6. They quit blame. Spiritually awake people quit blame because they realize that carrying it only prolongs suffering and prevents true freedom. Blame keeps you trapped in a story of victimhood, where the past dictates your present and shapes your future. But spirituality teaches that liberation begins when you reclaim your power. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And this truth reveals why the spiritually developed refuse to remain in cycles of accusation. They see that while harm and injustice may have shaped their journey, constantly pointing fingers does not bring healing. Instead, they take ownership of their growth, not by denying pain, but by transforming it into wisdom, strength, and clarity. When you quit blame, you begin to see patterns that were once hidden and recognize your role in how you respond to life. This is not about excusing wrongs or ignoring wounds, but about choosing not to surrender your power to the people or events that once hurt you. Rather than replaying the same painful narratives, you redirect energy towards self-discovery and transformation. Spirituality becomes practical. Instead of blaming a workplace for your misery, you choose to set boundaries or create new opportunities. Instead of blaming a broken relationship, you learn its lessons and enter new connections with a wiser heart. Instead of blaming the world for being unfair, you build resilience and discover the strength to shape a more meaningful path. Carl Jung observed that real spiritual development is not achieved through sudden, dramatic change, but through gradual releasing, a slow but steady shedding of the old skin that no longer fits. Blame is one of the first things to fall away because it suffocates the soul. Each time you refuse to indulge in blame and instead turn inward, you open the door to growth. Slowly, you experience a quiet yet profound liberation where peace no longer depends on external circumstances, but on your inner state. This inner strength allows you to respond rather than react, to rise above chaos rather than be swallowed by it. The spiritually awake know that freedom is never found in controlling others, but in mastering themselves. They have learned that every experience can be a teacher, every disappointment can spark resilience, and every wound can refine the spirit. The deeper the pain, the greater the opportunity for awakening. And so, they stop wasting energy on blame because they understand it is a chain that ties them to what they wish to escape. In letting go, they reclaim not only their power, but also their joy, their clarity, and their sense of purpose. To walk this path is to see that blame serves no one. It is ownership, responsibility, and conscious evolution that transform the soul and lead to the true liberation that every seeker of spirituality longs to experience. 7. They quit spiritual bypassing. They quit spiritual bypassing because they realize that spirituality is not about escaping pain or hiding behind illusions of light, but about embracing the full spectrum of life. Instead of pretending that suffering doesn't exist, they allow themselves to feel it, to sit with it, and to learn from it. Carl Jung once said, "One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious." And those words remind us that true awakening demands facing what hurts rather than denying it. Spiritually awake people understand that bypassing only creates a fragile mask, while courageously engaging with their wounds brings lasting transformation. When they stop bypassing, they no longer use positive slogans or spiritual cliches to cover their struggles. They don't hide grief under the phrase, "everything happens for a reason," nor do they dismiss sadness as weakness or anger as low vibration. Instead, they see these emotions as messengers pointing to deeper truths within. They begin to embody a balanced intelligence where spiritual wisdom meets human honesty. They live with one foot in heaven and one foot on earth, fully present in relationships, work, joy, and pain. In this presence, they find that emotions are not enemies to conquer, but signals to integrate. Carl Jung often spoke about the shadow, the hidden parts of ourselves we would rather not face. Spiritually awake people no longer pretend that the shadow doesn't exist. They recognize that ignoring it only feeds it, while acknowledging it brings real freedom. By daring to look at their anger, their fear, and their shame, they reclaim their wholeness. What was once repressed becomes transformed into strength. This is why Jung observed that there is no coming to consciousness without pain, because pain, when faced, becomes a doorway into deeper awareness. As they release the urge to bypass, their compassion also expands. They no longer use spirituality as a way to feel superior, but as a bridge of connection with others. They stop judging those who struggle because they know how much courage it takes to face wounds honestly. Their laughter becomes healing. Their tears become sacred, and their scars become wisdom. Instead of trying to transcend their humanity, they honor it, knowing that divinity is found not in escape, but in embodiment. This shift marks the true maturity of awakening, no longer chasing illusions of constant bliss, but embracing the raw truth of life. To quit spiritual bypassing is to accept that every shadow carries a lesson, and every wound carries wisdom. It is to live awake, to live whole, and to live free. If this message resonates with you, share your thoughts below. Not sure what to say? Simply comment, "I see clearly," so I'll know you made it to the end. 8. They quit isolation. Awakening often begins with solitude, because in the early stages, you feel the need to step away from the world, to listen to your inner voice, and to protect your energy from distractions. This retreat is not weakness, but a necessary pause, a time to strip away illusions and face the truth within. Yet as your spirituality matures, isolation no longer feels like a sanctuary. It begins to feel like a cage. The awakened spirit understands that growth cannot remain locked away in silence, because true transformation leads you back into conscious connection with others. Carl Jung observed that the meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed. And this reflects the essence of spiritual awakening: the return to relationships that refine, expand, and deepen your being. Instead of superiority or self-erasure, you learn to form relationships rooted in authenticity. You no longer approach people with masks, roles, or the need to impress. You show up as yourself, unhidden and unafraid. The intimacy you create is not about merging into another or controlling them, but about allowing two whole beings to stand together with presence and respect. In a modern world where loneliness has quietly become one of the greatest epidemics, this shift is powerful. Many people scroll endlessly, surrounded by digital noise, yet remain unseen and unheard. Spiritual awakening reveals that shallow approval and empty validation cannot feed the soul. You crave depth, truth, and communities that honor presence over performance. This new way of connection changes how you live every day. When you are with someone, you are not distracted, rehearsing your next words, or glancing at your phone. You are fully there, listening not only with your ears, but with your spirit. Presence becomes your gift, and it creates bonds that are both intimate and liberating. In this way, relationships stop being a stage for ego battles or codependency, and instead become a sacred ground where two souls can grow side by side. Solitude still has its place as a moment of reflection, but you no longer mistake isolation for enlightenment. The path of spiritual awakening leads you into the world with a new heart, one that seeks connection without fear, superiority, or dependence, and one that turns ordinary encounters into transformative experiences of genuine intimacy. 9. The deeper truth. Quitting is liberation. The deeper truth is that quitting is liberation, because every act of release opens the doorway to authenticity, freedom, and spiritual development. When you stop living for approval, you no longer measure your value by the reactions of others, but by the quiet strength of your own soul. Letting go of the need to feel special frees you from endless comparison, and you begin to recognize that your worth has never depended on standing above anyone else. It has always been intrinsic. Dropping the exhausting performance of roles and masks allows you to breathe more deeply, to live more honestly, and to rest in the peace of simply being. Releasing the obsession with certainty teaches you to trust life's unfolding, to lean into mystery, and to understand that true spirituality is not found in rigid answers, but in walking faithfully through the unknown. Each release of approval, specialness, performance, certainty, blame, bypassing, and isolation creates sacred space within you for authenticity, inner power, wisdom, embodiment, and meaningful connection. Carl Jung reminded us, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Spirituality, then, is not about building a new identity, but about peeling away every false layer until the self that has always been true emerges. This is a slow death and rebirth of identity, a cycle where the illusions you once clung to dissolve, and what remains is the essence of your being. Just as autumn leaves fall, not as a sign of death, but as preparation for renewal, so too does the soul let go of what no longer serves, so it can be reborn into clarity and strength. Spiritually awake people no longer cling to blame, because blame anchors them to the past and keeps wounds alive. They no longer bypass pain with shallow positivity, because they understand that healing requires facing the shadow with honesty and courage. They no longer isolate themselves, because awakening reveals that separation is an illusion, and that compassion and connection are the lifeblood of the human spirit. In a modern world saturated with noise, pressure, and competition, these acts of release become revolutionary. Every time you surrender an old pattern, you reclaim your wholeness. Every time you refuse to play society's empty games, you align more deeply with your authentic power. And every time you release control, you discover the peace that arises when you allow life to flow through you. The message is clear. Spiritual development is not about adding more layers to who you think you should be, but about stripping away illusions, lies, and expectations until only truth remains. To walk this path is to understand that your strength lies not in accumulation, but in release. Not in proving, but in presence. Not in striving to become someone else, but in remembering who you already are at your core. And so, the journey of the spiritually awake is not defined by what they add, but by what they've learned to let go of. The wisdom of Carl Jung reminds us that true awakening is a process of release, refinement, and deep inner clarity. If today's message from spiritual wisdom has inspired you, I invite you to carry these insights into your daily life and notice how they transform you from within. Before you go, don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who needs to hear it, subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and turn on notifications so you won't miss the powerful content we have coming your way. Six hidden signs you're a woman of rare spiritual power. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And for some women, that journey reveals a rare spiritual power hidden beneath the surface, a power that cannot be measured by appearances, but felt in presence, intuition, and wisdom. In today's video from Spiritual Wisdom, we will uncover 6 hidden signs that reveal if you are one of these extraordinary women. As you listen, think about your own life. Have you noticed these signs within yourself? Share your reflections in the comments, because your story may inspire another woman on her path of growth and self-discovery. 1. Energetic sensitivity. A woman of rare spiritual power carries within her a heightened energetic sensitivity that allows her to read vibrations others cannot perceive, as if her soul has been tuned to a frequency beyond ordinary human perception. She recognizes authenticity the moment it is present, feels deception even when words appear convincing, and detects hidden pain beneath a practiced smile or silent joy radiating from the core of another being. This is not simply intuition, as most people understand it, but an ancient wisdom encoded deep within her spirit, a wisdom that often comes from ancestral survival instincts passed down through generations. In ancient times, women needed to sense danger, betrayal, and sincerity without external proof. And this gift became etched into their very essence, allowing them to navigate the world with an inner compass that points not north, but toward truth. Today, that same gift, magnified through spirituality and spiritual awakening, makes her a mirror to the unseen realities of those around her, a presence that can either soothe or unsettle, depending on what truths are waiting to be revealed. Yet this very gift that elevates her can also make her journey a lonely one, because many resist having their hidden truths reflected back at them. When such a woman enters a room, her presence quietly unveils the unconscious shadows that others try to bury, echoing Carl Jung's insight that one does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. Some feel liberated by this reflection, others feel exposed, and a few even feel threatened, not by her words, but by the clarity of her essence. Her sensitivity becomes both a beacon and a burden, for she cannot turn it off. She feels the energy of conversations left unsaid, the emotional undertones beneath casual exchanges, the vibrations of joy or sorrow lingering in the air. Living with this awareness requires courage, because the world often values appearances over authenticity and prefers comfort over truth. But when embraced, her gift becomes a sacred tool of transformation. She heals not by claiming the title of healer, but by simply being present, sensing what others overlook, and guiding them gently toward authenticity. Her spirituality is not a performance, but an atmosphere. Her spiritual awakening is not a single moment, but a continuous unfolding, a journey of feeling, sensing, and elevating the vibrations around her. This hidden sign that the capacity to read the unseen currents of life is not a random trait, but a calling from the universe, a trust placed in her to hold wisdom that others cannot yet bear. Though it may isolate her at times, it also sets her apart as a woman of rare spiritual power, one who can transform lives not by force, but by presence, one who can bring the unconscious to light and remind humanity of the deeper realities flowing beneath the surface of existence. Have you ever felt the subtle shifts of energy around you? If yes, share your experience in the comments below so others can learn from your journey. If not, simply comment, "I will awaken," to show your intention to embrace your energetic sensitivity. 2. Connection to the collective unconscious. When a woman of rare spiritual power is deeply connected to the collective unconscious, she moves through life with an invisible awareness that most people cannot comprehend. because her spirit remains open to the archetypes, symbols, and synchronicities that weave through existence. Dreams are not just fragments of imagination for her, but profound messages that carry guidance and hidden truths, while numbers and patterns are not coincidences, but living codes that reveal alignment with a higher path. Symbols come alive in her world, not as abstract ideas, but as direct whispers from the soul of the universe, and she intuitively understands that behind every event, no matter how small, there is a deeper order unfolding. This is the essence of spiritual wisdom. For where others see randomness, she sees divine rhythm, and where others dismiss synchronicity as chance, she recognizes the universe speaking directly to her soul. Carl Jung explained that archetypes such as the Great Mother, the hero, the shadow, and the wise old man live within us all. But only a few can truly perceive their presence and hear their voice. These women embody that rare perception, not only noticing the patterns, but carrying the extraordinary ability to translate them into guidance that others can grasp. Their very presence feels magnetic because they channel truths without needing words, allowing their silence and energy to awaken something deep in those around them. Their dreams are like maps to the unconscious, guiding them through choices and struggles, while their visions and intuitive knowing become lanterns of clarity in a world clouded by confusion. When others are lost, they can step forward with insight that feels both timeless and personal, reminding us that life is not chaos, but a sacred story unfolding with purpose. This gift is not merely about perception, but about translation, for they bridge the unseen with the seen, the unconscious with the conscious, the mystical with the practical. They can sit with another person's pain and, through symbols, metaphors, and intuitive recognition, reveal meaning where none seem to exist. They remind others that the human soul is guided by more than logic, that spirituality and spiritual awakening are not abstract ideals, but embodied truths flowing through every dream, every symbol, every repeated number, and every mysterious coincidence. Jung's timeless words, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes," come alive in them, because they carry the rare ability to do both, to see the outer signs and also to interpret their inner meanings. And it is this balance of dreaming and awakening that makes their wisdom invaluable. For in every interpretation they share, they help others recognize that they too are part of something greater, part of a divine pattern that connects all souls through the collective unconscious. 3. Sacred solitude. Sacred solitude is not an escape from life, but a profound return to the self. For when a woman embraces time alone with reverence, she discovers that solitude is not loneliness, but soul work, a sacred act of self-preservation that allows her to gather her strength and illuminate her path. In the stillness, she does not feel abandoned, but finds sanctuary, a private temple where her wounds are tended, her emotions untangled, and her vision restored. Carl Jung once said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." And in this inward turning, she awakens to dimensions of herself that the busy world can never reveal. This silence becomes fertile ground, where pain transforms into wisdom, uncertainty dissolves into clarity, and fragmented pieces of her story weave themselves into a meaningful tapestry. In moments of withdrawal, the inner compass grows louder. The soft voice of intuition speaks more clearly, and truths hidden from ordinary sight reveal themselves like stars in a night sky. Such solitude fuels her creativity and deepens her spirituality because stepping away from the world gives her the power to return to it, carrying treasures that can inspire, guide, and heal. Throughout history, the greatest thinkers, mystics, and visionaries understood this sacred rhythm of retreat and return. Moses on the mountain, Jesus in the desert, Buddha beneath the Bodhi tree, all reminding us that silence is the doorway to transformation. For the woman who walks this path, solitude does not diminish her light, but magnifies it, so that when she steps back into the world, her very presence radiates calm, strength, and spiritual authority that needs no explanation. In truth, solitude is never empty. It is a vast space filled with answers, healing currents, and the quiet presence of the soul itself. It teaches resilience, for she learns to stand strong on her own inner foundation, to confront her shadows with courage, and to embrace her gifts with humility. As the poet Rumi said, "The quieter you become, the more you are able to hear." And within this sacred stillness, she hears not only the whisper of her soul, but also the pulse of the universe guiding her toward purpose. Solitude cleanses the noise of external expectations, lifts the weight of constant demands, and prepares her to rise renewed, with sharper vision and a heart attuned to the higher currents of life. In honoring this sacred space, she aligns herself with the rhythm of the cosmos, discovering that her true worth does not come from crowds or applause, but from the depth of her connection to the divine within. The lesson is timeless. When you embrace solitude as a sacred practice, you step into the wellspring of your own healing and wisdom, and you find that this rhythm of silence and return is the very source of your rare spiritual power and spiritual growth. If you enjoyed this part about sacred solitude, leave a comment below. Not sure what to say? Just write, "I embrace solitude," so I know you made it to the end. 4. Transforming suffering into wisdom. Through Carl Jung's idea of the transcendent function, rare women of spiritual depth hold the gift of turning suffering into wisdom, transforming their deepest wounds into sources of healing. Instead of being crushed by pain, they alchemize it into strength and guidance, embodying the mystical art of turning lead into gold. This is not a surface-level resilience, but a spiritual awakening, a process in which heartbreak becomes compassion, loss becomes understanding, and silence becomes a language that speaks louder than words. They remind us that suffering is not wasted energy. It is a sacred teacher that, when embraced, unveils the path toward wholeness and wisdom. They carry within them the archetype of the wounded healer, a symbol Jung described as one who, through personal pain, gains the power to heal others. Their empathy does not come from books or theories, but from scars etched into their souls. They know what despair feels like, and this lived experience allows them to sit beside the brokenhearted with genuine compassion. They can read the hidden meanings of pain, recognizing that every struggle carries a symbolic truth waiting to be uncovered. Their wisdom is rare because they neither run from their suffering nor drown in it. Instead, they integrate both shadow and light, embodying the paradox that true wholeness comes not from denying darkness, but from weaving it into the fullness of the self. To be in their presence is to sense an energy that transcends ordinary understanding, a spirituality that feels both grounded and elevated. They are not untouched by hardship, but transformed by it. Their aura, carrying the quiet power of someone who has looked into the abyss and chosen to rise. Jung once said, "One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious." And these women live this truth. They do not wear masks of perfection. They embrace their flaws as testaments of survival and evolution. Their authenticity awakens others because it shows that spiritual awakening is not about escaping reality, but about embracing it more deeply, with courage and awareness. Their rare power lies in this alchemy: pain transformed into wisdom, trauma into guidance, shadow into light. They show that spirituality is not about floating above life's challenges, but walking directly through them with faith, grace, and strength. They embody the truth that within every wound is a hidden seed of awakening, and within every trial is a lesson that can turn the soul toward its higher purpose. In their journey, we are reminded that suffering is not a curse, but a calling, not an end, but a beginning, and that by embracing both the dark and the light, we too can discover a wisdom that heals, inspires, and transforms. 5. Therapeutic presence and sacred speech. Their presence heals without effort, for when a woman of rare spiritual power enters a space, the atmosphere itself begins to shift as though something invisible has been set into motion. Silence, which for most feels empty, becomes in her company a sacred language that speaks louder than words, carrying wisdom that touches the deepest part of the soul. Carl Jung once wrote, "The meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed." And this is exactly what happens when you encounter her. Your spirit is altered, your energy lifted, and your inner world stirred awake simply by being near her. She does not force this transformation, for her aura is naturally attuned to harmony, like sunlight that nourishes all it touches, leaving those in her presence lighter, clearer, and more aligned with their own truth. When she speaks, however, her power becomes even more striking, for her words are never casual or wasted. Each one is chosen with intention, flowing with clarity and precision, and carrying the ability not only to communicate, but to transform. Her language is a creative force, a seed planted in the listener's heart that continues to grow long after the sound has faded. She speaks life into despair, direction into confusion, and healing into brokenness. The ancient teaching that life and death are in the power of the tongue is alive in her, for she knows the weight of language and wields it with care, never to harm, but always to uplift and awaken. To hear her speak is to feel as though the universe itself is leaning closer, and her words resonate like sacred echoes that linger in the heart and guide the soul. Her role is like that of a tuning fork, which does not impose sound, but resonates at a frequency so pure that everything around it naturally comes into harmony. She does not manipulate or demand. Instead, her energy lifts others effortlessly, aligning them to a higher vibration. Walk into a room filled with tension or chaos, and the moment she enters, the atmosphere softens, the noise settles, and a sense of clarity takes hold. This is the quiet power of resonance, a gift born of spiritual wisdom and deep inner alignment. Those who encounter her often find themselves becoming calmer, more aware, and more awake without even realizing that she is the catalyst. Carl Jung taught that there are individuals who serve as bridges between the conscious and unconscious realms. And women of this rare nature embody that truth with every breath. Their silence carries medicine. Their presence serves as sanctuary, and their words are sacred instruments of transformation. To meet such a woman is to experience awakening in its purest form, for she reminds us that true power is not loud or forceful, but subtle, intentional, and profoundly transformative. In her, we see the living expression of Jung's reminder that who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes. For she guides others into that awakening simply by being who she is, a vessel of presence, a guardian of words, and a keeper of rare spiritual power. If the idea of therapeutic presence and sacred speech speaks to your soul, make sure to subscribe and turn on the notification bell. Your journey into deeper spiritual wisdom and rare feminine power continues with every step we take together. 6. Living synchronicity and magnetism. To live in the flow of rare spiritual power is to awaken to the truth that life is always speaking to you through subtle signs and synchronicities. Those moments when time, people, and opportunities converge with such precision that they cannot be explained by chance alone. Carl Jung, who devoted his life to exploring the mysteries of the psyche, once declared, "Synchronicity is an ever-present reality for those who have eyes to see." These words carry profound weight because they remind you that spirituality is not an abstract idea, but a living experience, one that reveals itself through patterns and symbols in your daily life. When you walk this path, synchronicities become like stepping stones laid before your feet, showing you where to go, whom to meet, and what to embrace. And when you trust this divine order, you discover that you are never truly lost, but always guided. A woman of rare spiritual power embodies this truth in the way she lives. She does not chase after recognition, validation, or fleeting pleasures, because she knows that what belongs to her cannot be taken away, and what is not aligned with her spirit will dissolve no matter how tightly the world clings to it. Her energy becomes a magnet that silently calls forth the right people, opportunities, and experiences into her life. And rather than exhausting herself in pursuit, she embodies alignment so completely that life naturally bends toward her, just as a compass needle bends toward true north. This magnetism is not loud or boastful. It is subtle, refined, and undeniable, like a flame that does not scream yet cannot be ignored. It is the kind of presence that alters a room without a single word, because her spirit speaks louder than her voice ever could. Her life, lived in such alignment, becomes a sacred text that others cannot help but read, even if they do not understand why they feel changed in her presence. She teaches without lecturing, inspires without effort, and shifts the atmosphere of hearts simply by being who she is. Those who encounter her often leave with a sense of renewal, as if they had brushed against something eternal, something that called forth their own hidden depth. This is the essence of spiritual growth. It is not about mastering complex doctrines or collecting titles, but about embodying truth so fully that your very existence radiates meaning. And when this happens, your journey ceases to be a restless search for external approval, and instead becomes a quiet unfolding of destiny. You begin to trust the rhythm of life rather than fight against it, to rest in the certainty that everything you need will find you when you are ready to receive it. This shift from striving to magnetizing is the secret of true spiritual power. It teaches you that abundance does not come from force, love does not come from pleading, and purpose does not come from panic. They come when you align your inner world with the greater harmony of the universe. To live like this is to understand that spirituality is not an escape from reality, but a deeper vision of it. And spiritual growth is not measured in how much you achieve, but in how much you embody. When you choose alignment over struggle, when you allow synchronicities to guide you instead of ignoring them, when you trust the pull of your inner compass rather than the noise of the crowd, your life itself becomes a message, a teaching, and a blessing. Every step you take writes a page in the sacred text of your existence. Every encounter becomes a verse, and every act of trust becomes a chapter of wisdom that others will feel and remember. This is the hidden sign of a woman of rare power. Her life itself becomes the light by which others find their way. If you feel the synchronicities and the magnetic pull guiding your path, comment below, "I live in flow," to show that you walk with this rare power. Throughout this video, we've uncovered the 6 hidden signs that reveal when a woman carries rare spiritual power, an inner wisdom that cannot be measured, a presence that transforms those around her, and a strength that radiates from the soul. These qualities remind us that true power lies not in appearances, but in authenticity, depth, and connection to something greater than ourselves. As you reflect on these insights, ask yourself, which of these signs do you recognize in your own journey? And how will you embody them in your daily life? Share your thoughts in the comments below, and let's continue this conversation together. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to like, subscribe, and stay connected with us here at Spiritual Wisdom, because your growth is our shared path to transformation. Carl Jung's shocking truth: how to stop wasting your life. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Carl Jung once said, reminding us that so much of what we call destiny is simply the result of living on autopilot. In this video on spiritual wisdom, we will uncover Jung's shocking truth about how to stop wasting your life and start living with intention. Ask yourself honestly, are you living fully or merely existing? As you listen, I'd love to hear your reflections. Share your thoughts in the comments, and let us know how you plan to apply these principles to create a life of growth, purpose, and happiness. 1. The feeling of emptiness is a signal, not a defect. That persistent sense of emptiness you sometimes feel deep inside is not a flaw in your character, nor is it simply anxiety or depression, but rather a profound message from the soul. Carl Jung taught that psychological suffering is not an illness to be silenced, but the psyche's own attempt to heal and self-correct when life strays too far from inner truth. What you mistake for weakness is in fact a signal, the soul's cry for attention, pulling you back toward authenticity and meaning. To ignore it is like shutting off a fire alarm while flames consume the house, yet to honor it is to step into the very doorway of transformation. So many men spend their years chasing status, money, or validation, hoping that external success will quiet the restless void. They pour themselves into long hours of work, endless distractions, or empty pleasures, believing that achievements will heal the silent ache within. But spiritual wisdom makes it clear that no amount of outer gain can resolve the dissonance when your outer life does not match your inner life. You can own the finest possessions, receive applause from the world, and still wake up each morning with the heavy feeling that something is missing. Because true fulfillment is born only when your actions, values, and essence are aligned. The emptiness exists to remind you that you have abandoned parts of yourself, that you are not living in harmony with your deepest truth. This is where spirituality and spiritual awakening reveal their power. For awakening does not arrive in comfort, but in the friction of pain, the hunger for truth, and the courage to face the shadow you have long denied. The numbness, the restlessness, the haunting sense of being out of place, these are not curses, but invitations. They ask you to slow down, to listen, to ask yourself difficult questions. What is this pain trying to teach me? Which part of my soul have I silenced? What truth am I refusing to live? Jung believed that confronting suffering with awareness transforms it into guidance, because pain carries the hidden key to meaning. The shocking truth is that emptiness is not here to destroy you, but to awaken you. It is the soul knocking on the door of consciousness, urging you to remember who you are and why you are here. When you reframe your suffering as a signal rather than a defect, you begin to see it as the very path back to life itself. By embracing it instead of running from it, you stop wasting your days in quiet despair and start walking toward a life where your inner world and your outer world are finally in harmony. And it is in that harmony that you find not only peace, but also the unshakable strength of living a meaningful life. If you understand that the feeling of emptiness is not a defect, but a signal for change, comment below, "I choose growth," to affirm your commitment to transformation and spiritual wisdom. 2. Medication can mask the deeper problem. Medication may silence your symptoms, but what it often does is distract you from the deeper wound, your disconnection from the authentic self. Modern society convinces you that if you are busy, you are valuable, and if you are in pain, there is always a pill to numb it. Yet beneath the noise and numbness lies a truth you cannot escape. The truth Carl Jung described when he said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." Because in trying to escape discomfort, you may be wasting your life in ways you do not even notice. This is not to dismiss medication, for in many cases it is necessary and life-saving, but rather to challenge the illusion that symptom management equals healing. Because you and I both know a life can look functional on the surface, yet feel hollow underneath. And what makes it hollow is the lack of meaning, the absence of a why, which Viktor Frankl taught us is the very force that allows us to bear any how. When you quiet your suffering without asking what it means, you silence the messenger that came to awaken you. And Jung warned that people will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own souls. So you must ask yourself, what if the very pain you are trying to escape is the door to your real life? Think of a man who works endless hours, takes medication to sleep, wakes to screens, and calls it living. His body moves, his tasks get done, but his soul feels forgotten, and that forgotten life is the costliest bill you will ever pay. Spiritual wisdom does not call you to abandon help, but to go deeper than help, to uncover the truth that the ache itself is an invitation, urging you to turn inward, to see what parts of yourself you have exiled in the name of survival, approval, or control. The shadow self, those disowned desires, hidden fears, and unlived possibilities, keeps knocking at the edges of your awareness. And when you repress it, it leaks through anxiety, depression, addictions, and restless dissatisfaction. When you begin to listen to it with courage, it becomes your teacher. This is the path of spiritual awakening, not the dramatic fireworks of instant transformation, but the steady daily act of noticing, of daring to tell the truth, of keeping one small promise to yourself that affirms who you really are. It is not about grand gestures, but about realignment, about setting one boundary you have long avoided, speaking one honest sentence to someone you trust, creating one daily ritual that anchors you in presence instead of distraction, and pursuing one passion that breathes life into your days. In practice, this could mean journaling until the surface chatter quiets and the real sentences arrive, walking without headphones just to hear your own thoughts, praying in silence until your heartbeat finds its rhythm with your purpose, or seeking a wise mentor or therapist, not because you are broken, but because you deserve to be witnessed in your becoming. With each step you take, the frantic pull of distraction will begin to ease. The hollow metrics of productivity will lose their hold, and in their place will rise the quiet fulfillment of alignment. Jung reminded us, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And that privilege is yours to claim, but only if you stop numbing and start noticing, if you stop running and start listening, if you let your pain reveal the path instead of hiding it. For when you honor your soul in this way, you no longer need endless tricks to feel alive. You awaken to the life already within you, guided by presence, meaning, and the deep assurance that your spirit truly matters. 3. Modern life is structurally soul-crushing. We are raised in a world that measures us by how much we produce rather than how deeply we live. A world that rewards conformity, achievement, and consumption while silencing the whisper of our inner voice. You know this feeling well. Your calendar fills with tasks that look important but leave you empty. Your days pass in a rhythm of meetings and deadlines that demand your presence yet ignore your essence. And little by little, you forget that life is not meant to be a performance. Carl Jung called this mask the persona, and while it helps us function in society, it becomes dangerous when it becomes our entire identity. Beneath it lies the shadow, all the truths and desires you have buried to be accepted, and beyond both is the self, your truest center, the source of meaning that calls you to awaken. Jung's timeless warning still echoes today. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. When you chase careers, images, or money without listening to that inner call, you slowly trade your life for someone else's dream. And the tragedy is that you may succeed at things that never mattered to you. Picture a man in his 40s who has spent 2 decades climbing the corporate ladder, praised by colleagues, envied by neighbors, admired for his steady rise. Yet every Sunday evening, dread coils in his chest, not because of the workload, but because deep down, he knows he is living someone else's story. During a quiet train ride home, he hears a thought surface like a whisper from his soul. This is not my path. For the first time, instead of dismissing it, he writes it down. That single act of honesty becomes a seed. He begins small, declining one unnecessary meeting, carving out an hour for work that feels alive, enrolling in a night class that connects with his deeper gifts. Nothing explodes, yet everything shifts. His body feels lighter, his choices clearer, and for the first time in years, he is not merely productive, he is fulfilled. This is what spirituality in action looks like, not escaping the world, but entering it with integrity, alignment, and the courage to be true. Jung reminded us, who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes. An awakening begins with simple, consistent steps toward truth. You too can begin where you are. Start your mornings not with emails or notifications, but with a question. What would integrity do today? Keep a notebook where you write one honest line each night, because truth multiplies when recorded. Protect your energy with boundaries, saying no to roles that drain your soul, and yes to work that feeds your purpose. Surround yourself with people who encourage your growth rather than profit from your confusion, because community shapes character more than any paycheck. Pay attention to your body when your words say yes, but your heart contracts. That is wisdom speaking louder than logic. Let money, image, and status serve as tools, but never masters. Most of all, remember that presence matters more than performance. That life is not waiting for you somewhere in the future, but is asking for your full attention right here. When you honor this, you stop wasting your days on illusions and begin living them as sacred steps of spiritual growth. A journey where your inner voice is no longer silenced, but becomes the compass guiding you toward the person you were always meant to be. If you feel the weight of modern life, but are ready to rise above it, repeat after me. I choose to break free from the soul-crushing patterns of this world. I honor my spirit and awaken my true self today. 4. Anxiety and depression are messages from the soul. Anxiety and depression are not flaws in your character or signs that you are weak. They are urgent messages from the soul telling you that something in your life is out of balance and must change. Burnout, panic, or numbness are not malfunctions to be silenced, but warning lights that your deeper self has been ignored for too long. And as Carl Jung said, neurosis is always a substitute for legitimate suffering, meaning that when we refuse to endure the honest pain of change and truth, we invite an even heavier pain into our lives. These emotions are not random. They are a compass pointing you toward what you have denied, suppressed, or abandoned within yourself. Think of the man who has built a life of success on the outside, yet lies awake at night with a restless mind and an empty heart. His anxiety is not a curse. It is the soul's way of demanding authenticity, urging him to stop pretending and finally listen. The danger is that society teaches men to medicate these feelings, bury them under work, numb them with alcohol or distractions, and pretend that strength means silence. But the more you avoid the truth, the louder the soul cries out. Jung believed that real healing begins when you confront your shadow, those hidden fears, wounds, and unexpressed desires you have pushed away. Anxiety is the shadow knocking on your door, not to destroy you, but to lead you back to yourself. And depression is not the end, but the invitation to go deeper, to shed the false layers and awaken to who you truly are. Spirituality reminds us that every symptom carries meaning, that what feels like a breakdown can become a breakthrough if you have the courage to face it. A man who ignores these inner signals will repeat the same cycles of failed relationships, hollow victories, and unexplained anger. But a man who chooses to listen begins to rebuild his life from the inside out. He learns that suffering is not meaningless. It is purposeful, guiding him to live in alignment with his soul rather than in the prison of society's expectations. When you reframe anxiety and depression as sacred messages instead of enemies, you begin to see that they are the soul's way of pulling you out of wasting your life in avoidance and pushing you toward a spiritual awakening. And in that awakening, you discover that every fear can be transformed into fuel. Every wound can become wisdom, and every shadow you confront becomes the doorway to a more authentic and powerful life. 5. The real cure is the path of individuation. Carl Jung revealed that the real cure for wasting your life is the path of individuation, the lifelong journey of becoming your true self rather than the version that society molds for you. Most people spend their days chasing approval, wealth, and recognition, yet in doing so, they lose touch with their inner truth. Individuation is about peeling away those masks and reconnecting with what is authentic within. As Jung said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. This is not a luxury, but a necessity, because without it, life feels shallow and empty no matter how much success you accumulate. Individuation demands that you face your unconscious, walk into the hidden corridors of your psyche, where wounds and fears live, and have the courage to bring them into the light. To walk this path, you must confront your shadow, the denied and repressed parts of yourself that you fear or refuse to accept. The shadow is not only darkness, it holds your hidden talents, your unrealized strength, and your untapped creativity. Jung warned that what you fail to make conscious will return to you as fate, meaning that your ignored inner patterns will secretly control your relationships, choices, and future until you face them. Many people live on repeat, sabotaging their happiness because they never confront these unconscious forces. Individuation breaks this cycle, freeing you to make conscious choices and live intentionally rather than blindly. This process also requires embracing the denied aspects of your personality, the anger you bury, the softness you hide, the compassion you withhold. Every suppressed part carries the key to your wholeness, and integration is the only way to feel complete. True healing does not come from pretending to be good or perfect, but from accepting the fullness of who you are, light and dark, strong and fragile, rational and emotional. Jung's spiritual wisdom reminds us that the path to freedom is through honesty with yourself, not conformity to others. Modern life makes this difficult. Endless scrolling, shallow comparisons, and the constant pressure to perform are all ways of running away from your inner call. Yet if you dare to listen, that call leads to a depth of life no distraction can give. Jung's truth remains shocking today because most people are not truly living. They are merely existing trapped in routine, consumed by obligations, and hypnotized by society's narrow definition of success. A wasted life is not one without possessions, but one without self-knowledge. Individuation is the antidote, awakening you to the realization that real happiness and meaning come only from alignment with your inner being. Your fate changes the moment you choose to face yourself, because the destiny of your soul is not fixed. It unfolds through your courage to explore the inner world. The journey of individuation is demanding, but it is also the most liberating path you can take, because it grants authenticity, peace, and true spiritual awakening. It is not a single achievement, but a lifelong unfolding of your essence, a daily practice of returning to who you were always meant to be. When you dare to walk this path, you discover that the greatest victory is not found in becoming what others expect, but in living as your most authentic, unapologetic, and conscious self. This is Carl Jung's shocking truth, and it is the spiritual wisdom that can keep you from ever wasting your life. If you're ready to walk the true path of individuation, don't forget to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and share your reflections in the comments. Together, we grow in spiritual wisdom. 6. Facing the shadow is the key to wholeness. There is a hidden part of you that you often avoid, the side that holds envy, anger, and shame. And Carl Jung named this the shadow, the forgotten corner of the soul that operates in silence yet directs so much of your life. As he wrote, knowing your own darkness is the best method for dealing with the darkness of other people, reminding us that what we bury within will eventually shape the way we see others and the way we live. When ignored, the shadow becomes a puppeteer, pulling strings from the unconscious. But when faced and integrated, it turns into a reservoir of strength, vitality, and authenticity. Consider the story of a young woman named Sarah, who always felt resentment rise whenever her friends shared their achievements. She convinced herself she was simply being humble, yet the bitterness gnawed at her quietly, pushing her toward endless scrolling, comparing, and silently criticizing. One day, after a conversation that left her boiling with frustration, she chose to sit with her discomfort instead of running from it. And she admitted to herself that beneath the resentment was a deep longing to pursue her own dreams that she had been shelving for years. By facing this truth, Sarah uncovered that her anger was not her enemy, but a signal pointing to a neglected part of her, and that her envy was not proof of weakness, but a compass showing her what truly mattered. From that moment, she set aside time to focus on her own creative projects, began asking for help instead of waiting in silence, and discovered that when she brought awareness to her shadow, her relationships became less strained and her energy less divided. Jung reminded us, I am not what happened to me. I am what I choose to become. And in this lies the power of transformation. When you stop running from your shadow, you begin reclaiming your power to choose. The shadow is not evil. It is simply the exiled potential you have not yet owned, and in it lies the raw material for growth. Envy becomes inspiration to aim higher. Anger becomes the courage to protect your boundaries, and shame becomes the humility that keeps you compassionate. Real spirituality is not about pretending to float above conflict, but about walking into life with eyes wide open, willing to meet every contradiction within you, and from that meeting, turning wounds into wisdom. The next time you feel jealousy, irritation, or insecurity rising, see them as doorways rather than obstacles, because each difficult feeling holds a message. And if you listen deeply, you transform what once sabotaged you into what strengthens you. What you resist not only persists, but will grow in size, wrote Jung, reminding us that resistance fuels the shadow, but conscious awareness liberates it. The lessons are simple, yet profound. Acknowledge what you feel instead of denying it. Ask what value or desire the feeling is pointing toward. Take one small action that honors that value and share the truth with someone you trust, so secrecy cannot feed the shame. By practicing this consistently, you stop being a victim of hidden forces and begin leading your life with clarity and wholeness. This is the essence of spirituality and the heart of spiritual growth. To love every part of yourself enough to bring it into the light, to choose responsibility over avoidance, and to transform your unconscious patterns into the conscious building blocks of a life that feels aligned, powerful, and fully your own. 7. You must reconnect with the unconscious. Carl Jung once said, "What you do not bring to consciousness returns as fate." And in that single truth lies the reason so many men feel restless even when their lives look successful on the outside. The unconscious mind is not just a storehouse of forgotten memories, but also of unresolved traumas and hidden gifts. And when it is ignored, it leaks into your choices, your relationships, and your destiny in ways you may not see until it is too late. You may chase wealth, recognition, or distractions, but if you remain disconnected from your unconscious, you will still feel that quiet emptiness at night when everything else falls silent. Healing begins not with quick affirmations or surface fixes, but with deep introspection through your dreams, through art, through silence, and through the courage to explore what lies beneath your everyday mask. In the modern world, where noise never stops and responsibilities never end, many men push these inner whispers aside, dismissing their dreams as meaningless or their unease as weakness. Yet dreams are the language of the soul. Silence is the doorway to truth, and even the restlessness you feel is a signal that something within you is asking to be heard. Jung's warning is clear. If you do not face the unconscious, it will rule your life without your consent, and you will call it fate. Picture the man who spends decades building a career, earning respect, providing for his family, yet still lies awake at night with a sorrow he cannot name. He tries motivational slogans and positive thinking, but nothing sticks because his deeper wounds remain untouched. When he finally begins journaling his dreams, sketching the images that haunt him, and giving himself time in silence each day, he discovers not only the pain of childhood he buried, but also the creativity and passion he thought had died. By meeting his unconscious, he doesn't lose himself, he finds himself. The unconscious is not your enemy. It is your greatest ally, waiting to be acknowledged. Within it are not only the scars you fear, but also the strengths you need to transform your life. To reconnect with it is to stop wasting your life on illusions and start living with clarity and depth. True spirituality is not about escaping reality, but about awakening to it, making peace with your shadows, and uncovering the treasures hidden within them. When you allow silence to speak, when you honor your dreams as messages, when you open yourself to art and inner exploration, you begin to walk a path of authenticity that no amount of external success could ever replace. This is the essence of spiritual awakening, the courage to face yourself fully, and in doing so, to live a life that is no longer ruled by fate, but guided by conscious choice. If this message on reconnecting with the unconscious has inspired you, don't forget to like this video, subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss powerful insights like this. Comment below. I choose to reconnect with my unconscious to affirm your journey today. 8. Fear keeps you paralyzed in an inauthentic life. Fear has a way of freezing you into a version of life that does not belong to you. A life that looks stable on the outside, but feels hollow inside. The truth is that most people avoid healing because it means walking through fear, loss, and uncertainty. Yet this avoidance only keeps them anesthetized, trapped on autopilot, and cut off from their own vitality. Carl Jung once said, "There is no coming to consciousness without pain," reminding us that awakening is not a painless process, but a necessary one. The pain of confronting what is hidden is the very doorway to becoming whole. And when you refuse to face that doorway, you remain paralyzed in an inauthentic life where your choices are no longer truly your own. Every time you silence the call to heal, the unconscious begins to live your life for you, shaping relationships, decisions, and even your sense of purpose. As Jung warned, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. The fears you bury today become the chains that quietly guide you tomorrow. Think about the times you felt numb, drifting through routines that offered no meaning. Those seasons where you were physically present but spiritually absent. You will recognize how avoidance drains your essence more than any direct confrontation ever could. Because fear, when unexamined, becomes your master. Yet spiritual wisdom teaches us that fear itself is not the enemy. It is a messenger, a signal that something important within you is asking for attention and protection. When you turn toward that fear with presence rather than running from it, the shadows begin to shrink under the light of your awareness. It is like stepping into a dark room with a lamp, where monsters dissolve into manageable shapes the moment you actually see them. Healing begins in small, practical steps, asking yourself daily what you are afraid to feel, noticing where that fear lives in your body, breathing into that space with honesty, and then naming one truth you have avoided saying aloud. The act of naming begins to loosen the chains of silence. From there, you take one courageous action, a boundary set, a conversation opened, a toxic habit released. Though anxiety may rise, let it be your signal that you are stepping from the known into the necessary. Transformation does not come in a single thunderclap, but in a steady drumbeat of small, brave choices repeated again and again. As Jung observed, what you resist not only persists, but grows in size. The energy you spend suppressing fear could be the very energy you reclaim to love more deeply, to create with passion, and to live with authenticity. If you fear that looking into the dark will extinguish your light, remember Rumi's truth. The wound is the place where the light enters you. This is not merely poetic comfort, but a profound manual for awakening. To stop wasting your life is to stop running from yourself, to choose presence over pretense, to choose responsibility over excuses, and to choose devotion over distraction. When you do, you discover that fear is not the wall it once seemed, but the door to freedom you have been circling for years. Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes. Jung's words echo across time to remind you that awakening is not a single moment, but an ongoing practice of aligning your inner truth with your outer life. The most frightening door is the one that leads to your liberation. Yet your hand is already on the handle, waiting only for your courage to turn it. 9. Your pain is a call to awaken. Your pain is not proof that you are weak. It is a signal that your soul is asking you to pay attention, a gentle but persistent reminder that something essential is missing in the way you are living. The emptiness you sometimes feel is not failure. It is the absence of your true self in your own life. And that ache is the invitation to return to who you really are. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." That means, if you keep ignoring this quiet call, you will continue to live a script written by others, drifting through roles and routines that do not belong to you. Awakening, therefore, is not about chasing dramatic change, but about choosing every day to step away from the life you have been conditioned to live and moving closer to the truth and inner purpose that already live within you. Think of how often people hide behind busyness, achievements, or distractions, only to realize that none of it feels fulfilling. A woman I once knew, admired at work for her consistency, found herself exhausted every night, scrolling endlessly just to silence the restlessness. One day, she stumbled upon the words, "Awakening means leaving behind the life you've been conditioned to live and choosing to live one aligned with your truth and inner purpose." That single line became her turning point. She didn't quit her job or abandon her responsibilities. Instead, she carved out 10 minutes every morning just for herself, writing what she valued, asking what truly mattered, and gently noticing where she was living for others instead of for her own spirit. Within weeks, she felt a shift. Her focus sharpened. Her evenings became spaces for creativity and connection, and her weekends felt alive again. Pain, once seen as her enemy, had become her teacher. Your story can unfold in the same way. Maybe your pain is pushing you to set a boundary you've been afraid to enforce, to give voice to a passion you've kept buried, or to protect your energy from things that drain you. This is what spirituality looks like in practice, not an escape from reality, but a deeper embrace of it. Jung also reminded us, who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes. When you look inside, you begin to see that your pain is simply pointing toward values you have neglected. The key to spiritual growth is to honor those values in small, consistent actions. Start by naming the pattern that causes your suffering, then ask yourself, which part of your truth is being silenced? Commit to one daily choice that honors it: a mindful walk, an hour for your art, a firm no to a demand that isn't yours to carry, or a ritual of prayer, journaling, or meditation that centers you. At the end of each day, reflect on what felt alive and what felt empty, and share your truth with someone you trust, because healing magnifies when mirrored by another soul. Do not complicate the path, because growth is not a performance. It is a steady practice of alignment, and the soul speaks most clearly through these quiet, consistent acts. You are not late. You are not lost. You are not destined to wander without meaning. Life changes the moment you claim ownership of your attention and begin to protect the conditions that allow your spirit to breathe. Let your pain be a doorway instead of a sentence. Remember these truths. Your pain carries wisdom, not shame. Your values are your map. Your daily choices are the engine of change. Reflection is your compass, and connection with others is your anchor. Hold close the reminder that emptiness is not weakness. It is simply the soul waiting to return, and that awakening means leaving behind the conditioning of the world to live aligned with your deepest truth and your inner purpose. 10. Real transformation is painful, but worth it. Real transformation is never a smooth or easy path, because it asks you to let go of the masks, the comforts, and the shallow habits that once made you feel safe. Yet those very sacrifices open the doorway to true freedom, authenticity, and peace. As Carl Jung reminds us, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are, and that privilege is not handed out cheaply. It demands courage, honesty, and the willingness to face discomfort head-on. The journey is filled with resistance at first, sleepless nights, the sting of giving up distractions, the awkwardness of saying no where you once said yes, the loneliness of stepping away from shallow approval. But this struggle is not punishment. It is preparation, shaping you into a man who can stand in his own truth without crumbling under pressure. When you decide to embrace spirituality and step into spiritual awakening, you begin to notice how much of your energy was wasted on things that never mattered. Every moment you spent comparing yourself to others, every hour you numbed your feelings with scrolling or drinking, every day you postponed the hard conversation. These were fragments of your life slipping away. Transformation calls you to reclaim them. It may begin with something as simple as sitting quietly for 10 minutes each morning, writing down the truths you can no longer ignore, or admitting to someone close to you that you've been hiding behind anger or fear. These small acts of honesty, repeated over time, build a bridge between the man you pretend to be and the man you truly are. And though each step costs you comfort, convenience, and even the approval of those who like the old version of you, the reward is far greater. Dignity, clarity, and a deep sense of inner freedom that no one can take away. This is not a theoretical promise, but a lived reality. Many men in midlife find themselves with the title, the house, and the routine, yet with an emptiness they cannot name. Only when life delivers a jolt, a health scare, a broken relationship, or a crisis of meaning do they realize the cost of delay. But you do not have to wait for catastrophe to wake up. You can choose today to practice courage in small, steady ways, to face the shadow you've avoided, to release the soft addictions that dull your spirit, to protect your energy like a precious resource. Each choice rewires your life toward purpose. Each sacrifice carves space for peace. And each honest act calls you deeper into the man you were meant to become. The truth is simple but demanding. The painful road of transformation is the only one that leads to lasting freedom. And the more you walk it, the more you discover that the pain was never wasted. It was the price of becoming real. So as we've explored in today's video, Carl Jung reminds us that life becomes wasted when we live unconsciously, repeating old patterns and ignoring the deeper call of our soul. True meaning and happiness come when we awaken, confront our inner truths, and choose a life that aligns with who we really are. At Spiritual Wisdom, our mission is to guide you toward that awakening. Now, I want to hear from you. What is one step you're ready to take today to stop wasting your life and start living with intention? Share your thoughts in the comments, because your journey might just inspire someone else's. And if this message spoke to you, don't forget to like, subscribe, and join us for more wisdom that can transform your life. Quantum manifestation is working for you even if you don't know it yet. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." Quantum manifestation is always at work, even when you don't realize it, because your thoughts, emotions, and hidden beliefs are shaping the reality you step into every day. Imagine what could change if you began to align with this unseen power instead of resisting it. In today's video on spiritual wisdom, we'll explore how manifestation is already working for you and how you can consciously step into it for more joy, growth, and fulfillment. Have you ever noticed moments in your life where things seem to align effortlessly, as if by magic? Share your story in the comments, because your experience might be the very key someone else needs to hear. 1. Desire is a magnetic signal, not evidence of lack. Desire is not a weakness or a flaw, but a magnetic signal calling new possibilities into your life. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." In the same way, when desire rises within you, it is not proof of something missing, but a sign that the unconscious is aligning with the quantum field and showing you what is possible. Your wanting is not a cry of incompleteness, but an invitation from the universe, whispering that a new path is waiting to be revealed through you. Often, people mistake desire for deficiency. When you long for love, you might tell yourself you are incomplete without a partner. When you crave financial freedom, you might think you are broken because you do not yet have it. But true spiritual wisdom reveals that desire itself is intelligence in action. It is the universe expressing itself through your consciousness, nudging you toward growth the way a flower naturally leans toward the sunlight. In this light, your desires are not shadows you chase, but signals of expansion guiding you toward your higher potential. Quantum manifestation operates quietly, often beneath your awareness, yet always powerfully. Even in moments of self-doubt, the signal of your desire moves into the quantum field, sending ripples that align circumstances and attract outcomes. Albert Einstein said, "Imagination is everything. It is the preview of life's coming attractions." That imagination, born from your desire, is not idle fantasy. It is a direct communication from the deeper intelligence of the universe, weaving threads of what is to come into your present awareness. When you learn to honor your desires without labeling them as lack, you step out of resistance and allow manifestation to unfold naturally. Every longing is proof of readiness, not of inadequacy. It shows that a new reality is prepared to be born through you. Desire is the pulse of spiritual awakening, the echo of a greater design that trusts you to carry it forward. What feels like personal wanting is in truth the universe itself expanding through you. By reframing desire as a sacred signal rather than a mark of emptiness, you begin to collaborate with the quantum field instead of pushing against it. The next time you feel a deep yearning, resist the urge to call it weakness. Instead, ask, what is the universe trying to manifest through me? When you shift perspective in this way, you step out of scarcity and into co-creation. You no longer see desire as evidence of what you lack, but as confirmation of the infinite possibilities alive within you. The quantum field does not measure your worthiness. It simply responds to the signals you send. And desire, far from being emptiness, is the clearest, most powerful signal of all. Do you see your desires as proof of lack or as the magnetic signals they truly are? Share your perspective in the comments below so we can all learn from each other. And if you're ready to shift into this new way of seeing, comment, "I choose to align," and let the universe respond to you. 2. Manifestation works by resonance, not by force. Manifestation works not by force, but by resonance. Because the universe does not respond to desperate effort or complicated technique, it responds to the vibration you embody. Carl Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And this reminds us that the quantum field mirrors the frequency of your deepest beliefs more than the surface of your words. The invisible field of energy around you is listening not to the affirmations you recite in tension, but to the coherence of your thoughts, emotions, and inner state. When you vibrate with peace, gratitude, and clarity, reality aligns to reflect it back. And when you radiate fear, doubt, or lack, even the most carefully crafted rituals only push away what you seek. It is like two musical instruments when one is out of tune. No amount of force makes the sound beautiful, but when both are tuned together, the resonance is effortless and powerful. In the same way, manifestation is not about how hard you try, but about how harmoniously you vibrate. A person who hustles endlessly for success while secretly feeling unworthy will always feel blocked, while someone who cultivates joy, presence, and inner alignment often finds opportunities arriving without struggle. What looks like luck or miracle is simply resonance at work, because the universe reflects what you are, not what you chase. This is the essence of spirituality and spiritual awakening. Not collecting more tools or forcing more control, but awakening to the energy you carry within and how it shapes the world around you. Every anxious thought whispers, "I don't have enough." Every desperate desire declares, "I am incomplete." And the quantum field mirrors that back as delay, resistance, or emptiness. But every moment of gratitude, every act of trust, and every step taken from wholeness radiates a frequency of abundance, and life organizes itself around that vibration. The Bible says, "As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he." And this spiritual wisdom holds true in modern life, where many chase endlessly, yet forget to embody the very state they seek. So the real intelligence of manifestation lies not in doing more, but in becoming more aligned. When you notice yourself forcing, chasing, or grasping, it is a signal to return to coherence. When you surrender into trust, soften into presence, and choose to embody peace and worthiness right now, the field responds because your energy has become magnetic. Jung's insight into synchronicity teaches that the inner and outer worlds are linked. So when the psyche resonates with abundance, the universe arranges circumstances that match. This is why, the moment you stop pushing and start resonating, opportunities, love, and prosperity flow naturally, not as accidents, but as reflections of the song your energy is already playing. 3. The nervous system, not thought, is the primary transmitter. The nervous system, not thought alone, is the true transmitter of the energy you send into the universe. And this is why so many people struggle with manifestation, despite filling notebooks with affirmations or spending hours visualizing their dreams. Your emotions and the patterns of safety or insecurity stored in your body are what determine the frequency you radiate. And if those patterns are rooted in fear, doubt, or unhealed wounds, then your signal will be clouded no matter how many times you repeat positive words. Affirmations and visualizations are not meaningless, but they gain their real power only when they are aligned with the state of your body and emotions. Imagine your nervous system as a broadcasting tower. If the tower is unstable and filled with static, the clearest message will still come out distorted. In spirituality and spiritual development, the key is not forcing your mind into constant positivity, but creating coherence between your body, your heart, and your thoughts so that what you project is authentic, whole, and magnetic. You may notice that when your body feels relaxed, safe, and open, life begins to respond with ease. Opportunities arise without force. The right people cross your path, and synchronicities appear as if by design. Yet when you carry tension, stress, and hidden fear, even 1,000 affirmations of abundance will not conceal the signal of lack that your energy is transmitting. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." Those unconscious imprints are often held in the nervous system, shaping the reality you attract without you even knowing it. This is why manifestation is never just a mental exercise. It is a full-body state of being where the nervous system, emotions, and thoughts work together in harmony to send out a vibration that life recognizes and responds to. The practice, then, is to care for and regulate your inner world, rather than trying to control the outer one. When you feel tightness in your chest, shallow breathing, or unease in your body, the solution is not to silence it with forced positivity, but to meet it with awareness, compassion, and calming practices that restore safety within. Breathwork, meditation, grounding exercises, or even gentle stillness can shift your nervous system from fear into trust. Once that foundation is steady, your affirmations and visualizations begin to carry real weight because they are supported by the body's truth rather than contradicted by it. Manifestation is not about perfection, but congruence. And when your emotions, nervous system, and mind align, the signal you emit is clear, consistent, and powerful. Spirituality and spiritual development invite you to live in this integrated state where you are not chasing your desires, but embodying them, not begging the universe to respond, but allowing your frequency to resonate with what you seek. The more you cultivate safety within your body, the more your external life begins to reflect that sense of trust and openness, and the less you find yourself forcing outcomes that never seem to arrive. What you are learning is that the nervous system is the gateway of manifestation, the unseen channel through which your desires flow into reality. When you nurture it, calm it, and bring it into alignment with your highest vision, you discover that quantum manifestation has been working for you all along, quietly shaping your life from within. Comment below, "I trust my nervous system to guide me," if you are ready to align with the true flow of abundance. 4. Mixed inner frequencies create interference. When you attempt to call in a new reality while still clinging emotionally to the old one, you create a kind of energetic static, like two radio stations bleeding into each other until the sound becomes distorted. Outwardly, you may be affirming abundance, declaring freedom, or visualizing love, but inwardly, you might still carry fear, doubt, or attachment to what has already passed. These mixed frequencies collide and cancel each other out, preventing manifestation from taking clear form. Carl Jung captured this truth when he said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." The interference is not outside of you. It is the unresolved vibration within. Every time you speak words of prosperity while secretly feeling lack, or imagine a loving relationship while fearing rejection, you are sending contradictory signals to the universe. Manifestation is not about forcing belief or endlessly repeating affirmations. It is about coherence, the alignment of thought, emotion, and energy. True spiritual wisdom teaches that intelligence lies in harmonizing the conscious and unconscious. Albert Einstein reminded us, everything is energy, and that's all there is to it. Match the frequency of the reality you want, and you cannot help but get that reality. If your declarations and emotions are misaligned, you are tuning to two stations at once, confusing not only yourself, but the very field that reflects your life back to you. This is why the real work of manifestation is not in chasing, but in releasing. You cannot move forward if you are still anchored in old beliefs, old wounds, or old fears. Trying to manifest while holding on to the past is like rowing a boat with the anchor dropped. The harder you row, the more exhausted you become, yet you remain stuck. Transformation begins the moment you surrender what no longer serves you. Letting go is not a weakness. It is the opening of space where new frequencies can enter. Spiritual awakening is not about adding more practices to force change, but about softening into presence and allowing coherence to naturally emerge. Jung's insight into the shadow explains why so many struggle with manifestation. The shadow is the part of you that remains hidden in your unacknowledged fears, guilt, or shame. You may consciously affirm wealth, yet unconsciously carry resentment toward money. You may crave love, yet unconsciously fear intimacy. These buried signals are more powerful than words. They transmit to the quantum field with precision, creating outcomes that mirror your hidden vibration. Spiritual intelligence is learning to integrate these parts, to bring unconscious material into the light, so that your entire being broadcasts a unified message. The universe does not respond to what you say you want. It responds to what you energetically are. When coherence replaces interference, manifestation ceases to be a struggle and becomes a natural unfolding. This is the wisdom echoed in the Tao Te Ching. By letting it go, it all gets done. The world is won by those who let it go. Once you release the grip of the old, once your inner state harmonizes with your outer desire, the static clears and the signal becomes pure. At that moment, you stop fighting with life and instead flow with it, and the reality you once chased begins to find its way to you with ease. 5. Parallel timelines already contain every possible outcome. Parallel timelines already contain every possible outcome, and within this, truth lies the heart of spirituality and spiritual awakening. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate," reminding us that what feels like destiny is often the result of hidden forces shaping our choices. Quantum manifestation reveals that multiple versions of you are already living the life you dream of, and manifestation is not about chasing, but about shifting your awareness to resonate with that timeline. just like a radio does not create music, but simply tunes into a station already broadcasting. You do not create from nothing. You align with realities already vibrating in the field of existence. In these parallel possibilities, one version of you is already thriving in abundance. Another is in the relationship you have longed for, and another has stepped into peace and fulfillment. Physics suggests this through the many worlds theory, and spiritual wisdom confirms it by showing that you are not limited to this single path. You are energy, frequency, and consciousness with the power to choose which version of life you inhabit. Manifestation becomes less about rituals or affirmations and more about embodying the vibration of the outcome you want. Because your unconscious beliefs and emotions determine which timeline you walk into. Many people remain stuck, not because their dreams are unreachable, but because their energy is aligned with fear, scarcity, or doubt, which ties them to cycles of struggle. True spiritual awakening comes when you realize that by changing your inner state, you automatically shift into higher timelines where abundance and joy already exist. The intelligence within you does not respond to effort born of desperation. It responds to alignment, presence, and surrender. Jung's teachings show that when the unconscious becomes conscious, you stop living by default and start living by design, stepping into realities that were always waiting for you. In modern life, this understanding transforms how you view work, love, and daily challenges. Instead of seeing change as something distant or requiring endless effort, you begin to live as though the shift has already taken place. If you desire wealth, embody gratitude now. If you seek love, embody compassion today. Spirituality teaches that emotions are frequencies, and by holding the energy of your desired outcome, you draw yourself into the reality where it is already true. This is why breakthroughs often happen when you release the need to control, when you stop chasing and finally allow yourself to flow. Einstein once said, "Everything is energy, and that's all there is to it." Match the frequency of the reality you want, and you cannot help but get that reality. The wisdom here is timeless. Life is not waiting to be created. It is waiting to be tuned into. Your task is not to force, but to align. Not to doubt, but to trust. Not to wait, but to live as though the door has already opened. In the infinite field of possibilities, the reality you long for already exists, and the moment you awaken to this truth is the moment you begin to live it. Stay connected with our spiritual wisdom community by subscribing to the channel. Here, we explore how parallel timelines already hold every possible outcome, and how your awareness shapes which path unfolds. Remember, you are not limited. You are a powerful creator, already aligned with abundance, love, and possibility. 6. Practice through nervous system training and embodiment. Most people believe manifestation is only about the mind repeating affirmations, visualizing success, or forcing positive thoughts. But true quantum manifestation reaches much deeper, into the body and the nervous system that quietly governs how much we allow ourselves to receive. If your body feels unsafe with abundance, love, or success, it will reject them, no matter how much your mind desires them. This is where awareness protocols and embodiment rehearsal become powerful tools, because they gently retrain your nervous system to recognize receiving as safe, natural, and familiar. Carl Jung captured this truth when he said, Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. The unconscious is not only in the mind, it is also stored in the body, shaping how we react to opportunities and blessings. If deep inside, wealth feels like stress or rejection, or if love feels like betrayal, your nervous system will push them away without your awareness. Through conscious awareness and embodiment practice, you begin teaching your body a new emotional vocabulary of safety, openness, and worthiness. In daily life, this is not abstract theory, but a lived reality. When you are offered a new opportunity, does your body feel expansive with excitement or tight with fear? When affection is given to you, do you relax into it or brace yourself as if something bad will follow? These signals are the hidden language of your nervous system, and until they are addressed, no amount of mental effort can override them. Embodiment rehearsal allows you to practice new responses, replacing fear with comfort and suspicion with ease, until your body learns that abundance and love are not threats, but natural states. Spirituality and spiritual development are lived here, in the small ways your body welcomes or resists life. As you consistently train your nervous system through awareness and rehearsal, the extraordinary becomes ordinary. Success feels normal, and love feels safe. Many people fail at manifestation because they try to bypass the body while forcing the mind. But true alignment happens only when both work together in harmony. The message is clear. The universe cannot give you what your body does not feel prepared to hold. By listening through awareness, integrating through embodiment, and practicing until safety becomes second nature, you unlock the flow of manifestation that feels effortless rather than forced. Do not limit manifestation to thoughts. Allow every cell in your body to participate in the experience of the life you desire. This is the deeper path of spiritual development, where manifestation is not an act of chasing, but a natural expression of being. When you embody this alignment, manifestation begins to work quietly, continuously, and powerfully through you, even when you are not trying, because you have finally become the safe vessel for the very reality you once longed for. 7. Release old stories that create resistance. Release the old stories that have been holding you in resistance, because every time you repeat phrases like, "good things take time," "you have to suffer to grow," or "material desire is unspiritual," you are strengthening the invisible program of scarcity that keeps you waiting for blessings that are already available. Carl Jung reminded us, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. And these inherited beliefs live in your unconscious, quietly dictating how much abundance, joy, and freedom you allow yourself to experience. They sound harmless, even wise, yet they are seeds of delay and denial planted in the garden of your mind. And the harvest will always reflect what you plant. If you believe growth must be painful, life will meet you with pain. If you believe material desires are shameful, life will mirror that shame through lack. But when you choose to release those outdated stories, you open a new space where intelligence and spiritual wisdom guide you instead of fear and scarcity. Quantum manifestation is not about forcing outcomes. It is about aligning with the natural flow of life, a flow that is always moving toward expansion, ease, and synchronicity. Albert Einstein once said, "The intuitive mind is a sacred gift, and the rational mind is a faithful servant," reminding us that when we trust our inner knowing, we discover that synchronicities are not accidents, but confirmations of alignment. Desire itself is not unspiritual. It is the soul's language, a divine signal pointing you toward expansion and fulfillment. When you honor your desires as sacred messengers, opportunities appear faster than logic expects, and the universe rushes to meet you halfway. Jung also warned that what you resist not only persists, but will grow in size. And when you resist abundance by clinging to beliefs of delay and denial, you magnify the very lack you want to escape. Yet the moment you surrender resistance, life begins to rearrange itself in your favor, often in ways that seem miraculous. This is not weakness, but higher intelligence, a choice to stop fighting against the current of life and instead trust it to carry you where you are meant to go. Releasing those limiting beliefs is the same as clearing the debris from a river. The water of abundance flows naturally once the blocks are gone. Declare to yourself now, I am no longer bound by the old story that growth must equal suffering. I am no longer waiting endlessly for someday. I am worthy of abundance, joy, and fulfillment now. The lesson is simple yet powerful. Release resistance and synchronicity accelerates. Dissolve scarcity and abundance flows. Honor your desires and manifestation becomes effortless. This is the wisdom of Jung, the intelligence of spirit, and the truth waiting within you. You are not here to chase manifestation. You are here to allow it. To free yourself from the weight of the past, affirm your release today. Comment below, I let go of old stories, to declare your openness and inspire others to step into their own spiritual awakening. 8. Personal synchronicity is collective healing too. Personal synchronicity is not only a private blessing, but also a collective healing force. Because when you embody love, abundance, and ease, you are not simply shifting your own reality, but also strengthening those same vibrations in the larger field of humanity. Every thought you choose, every feeling you nurture, every action you take in alignment with love becomes a frequency that others can unconsciously draw from. And this is the hidden truth of spirituality and spiritual awakening. Your inner work is never just for you. It is for all of us. Think of the times you have felt a stranger's smile ease your heart, or someone's calm presence steady your nerves. This is evidence that energy is contagious, and your vibration is a silent offering to the collective. When you release fear and step into abundance, you send out a signal that others can rest, trust, and rise as well. Carl Jung reminded us that who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes, and in that awakening, you begin to realize that your own receptivity expands what is possible for the entire web of life. Choosing gratitude in place of worry, choosing forgiveness over resentment, choosing peace in the midst of chaos are not small, private victories. They are acts of service because they loosen the knots in the collective consciousness and make space for healing that extends far beyond your own story. In modern life, this means that even the smallest choice, such as breathing deeply instead of reacting in anger, or trusting that life supports you instead of falling into doubt, becomes a ripple of transformation. You may not see its full impact, but the frequencies you stabilize create permission for others to align, to soften, and to believe again. When one person embodies coherence, the field around them changes, and when enough individuals embody love, the world itself begins to tilt toward healing. You have felt it before, stepping into a room where someone's peace changes the entire atmosphere, and you hold the same power in your daily life. Every act of alignment is a contribution to the unseen climate we all breathe, a spiritual offering that shifts possibility not only for yourself, but for others you may never meet. This is the essence of manifestation. It is not a selfish project of getting what you desire, but a dance with the universe where your vibration becomes a collective doorway. To embody love is to give others hope. To embody abundance is to expand the pathways of courage. To embody ease is to weave trust into the fabric of humanity. Your awakening is a medicine that spreads silently, creating healing where it is most needed. And so, each moment you choose alignment, you are not only receiving from life, but also giving back frequencies that help others step into their own truth, their own power, and their own possibility. And so, the mystery of quantum manifestation reminds us that even when we don't see it, the universe is already responding to the energy we carry. What you seek is not as far away as you think it is quietly unfolding, aligning itself with the frequency of your inner world. If this message spoke to you, don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Be sure to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming insights on Carl Jung, spirituality, and the hidden laws that shape your life. 7 signs your spiritual awakening is over. It's time to use your powers. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. Carl Jung. In today's video on spiritual wisdom, we explore what it truly means when your spiritual awakening has completed, and more importantly, how to step into your next chapter with clarity and purpose. If you've been feeling a shift within, like you're no longer just awakening, but being called to act on your inner growth, this message is for you. These 7 signs will help you recognize when it's time to stop seeking and start living your power. What part of your awakening journey are you in right now? Let us know in the comments. Your insight could inspire someone else on their path. Sign 1. You no longer feel separate from the universe. You no longer feel like an outsider, disconnected from the flow of life, or cut off from something greater. That feeling of separation, once so heavy and defining, has quietly melted away. You're not fighting the world anymore. You're part of it. You've stopped resisting change because deep down, you now trust that everything unfolds exactly as it should. This isn't just acceptance, it's alignment. It's what Carl Jung called individuation, the realization that what you were searching for was never outside of you. It was always within, waiting to be remembered. The illusion of separation between you and nature, between you and others, between you and the divine has dissolved. You sense the unity behind all things. A tree is no longer just a tree. A stranger's eyes are no longer empty. A difficult moment is no longer meaningless. Everything is speaking, and now you have the ears to hear it. There's a calmness in you that wasn't there before. You don't need to control the outcome because you feel guided by something deeper than logic, by rhythm, by intuition, by a sacred intelligence moving through all things, including you. Carl Jung believed that wholeness arises when we integrate all the hidden parts of ourselves, not when we deny or escape them. That process has happened to you. You've sat with your pain. You've faced your confusion. You've embraced your light and your shadow. And something incredible has happened in return. You've come home to yourself. That home isn't a place, it's a way of being, a way of seeing. It's the moment you realize that the universe isn't out there. It's here. And it's always been. In everyday life, this shows up in small but powerful ways. You stop rushing. You start listening. You become more present with people, even when they're hurting or triggering. You don't take things so personally anymore because you see the bigger picture. Even in chaos, you hold your center. Even in silence, you feel full. Your identity is no longer built on roles, labels, or outcomes. It's rooted in presence. You've stopped trying to become someone, and you've started being yourself, fully and unapologetically. This shift is not just a spiritual idea, it's a lived transformation. A woman once shared that after years of trying to fix her life, something changed. She stopped forcing answers and started paying attention to the stillness. One afternoon, sitting alone, she felt everything around her, trees, wind, and light suddenly come alive. Not through words, but through being. She realized she wasn't alone, never had been. That moment wasn't dramatic, but it changed everything. That's what it's like when the separation fades. You stop asking for signs and start living as the sign. You've reached the point where your awakening is no longer about seeking. It's about embodying. You carry the spiritual wisdom of someone who has returned from the depths, not with noise, but with knowing. You've stopped needing to be chosen because you know you were. And now, it's time to use what you've become. Are you starting to feel deeply connected to the universe and all that is? If this resonates with you, comment below. I am one with the universe, to affirm your spiritual awakening and inspire others to embrace their divine connection too. Let's grow together. Sign 2. Your intuition guides you without doubt. You no longer need to ask for a sign. You no longer need to overthink your feelings or seek confirmation from 10 different people. Your intuition has become the loudest voice in the room, and for the first time in your life, you trust it without hesitation. You don't question where it comes from or what it means. It speaks, and you follow. This is no longer a guess, it's guidance. This isn't hope, it's clarity. You feel the decision before you can explain it, and you know it's right without needing to justify it. This is spiritual wisdom, taking the wheel, subtle, precise, and powerful. There was a time when you needed validation. You wanted someone to tell you you were on the right path, to give you permission to feel what you were already feeling deep inside. But now, you don't need to ask. You just know. You've stopped asking the universe to speak louder, because now you've quieted the noise within. You've made enough mistakes, followed enough wrong turns, and sat in enough silence to know what your soul sounds like, and now you listen. You no longer chase signs because you are the sign. You've become the confirmation you once sought outside of yourself. That's when the shift becomes clear. Your awakening is no longer something you're working through. It's who you are now. And when decisions come, you don't hesitate. You don't consult 5 opinions. You don't wait for everything to be perfect or fully understood. You act not impulsively, but intuitively. You feel the pull, and you follow it. You walk through doors others are still analyzing. And this isn't recklessness, It's alignment. You don't need logic to back it up anymore. You move with the rhythm of your spirit. And in that rhythm, there's no fear. There's only knowing. Before, you were always learning, watching, searching. You needed spiritual books, podcasts, courses because you were still remembering who you are. But now, you live what you used to study. You walk as what you once admired. You speak from a place of experience, not theory. And that's what spiritual wisdom is, not information, but embodiment. You've stopped talking about the path. Now, you are the path. Your intuition isn't just a feeling anymore, it's a system, a guidance structure that your life runs on. You make decisions without panic. You feel peace in your boundaries. You no longer explain your energy to people who don't understand it. Your life has become a reflection of your inner knowing, and that knowing is crystal clear. You've stopped performing for the world because you've already been approved by something higher. You no longer wait for the green light. You are the green light. Even your timing has changed. You no longer force things to happen. You trust when things pause, when doors close, when silence stretches longer than expected. You recognize the divine rhythm at work, and you don't need to rush it because you're in sync with something deeper. The void no longer scares you, it steadies you. The uncertainty no longer shakes you, it sharpens you. You're not just spiritually curious anymore, you're spiritually calibrated. Now, your yes is rooted in alignment. Your no comes from clarity, not guilt. You don't need long explanations or drawn-out apologies. You're not here to convince anyone, you're here to follow the truth. And that truth speaks through your intuition, clear and constant, like a compass that never wavers. Every moment, every choice, every shift in direction, it's all coming from within. There's no fear in that, only power. And this power doesn't shout, it doesn't need to. It simply is. You carry it in how you move, how you speak, how you choose. This is the sign that your spiritual awakening is over. When you no longer search for alignment, you are alignment. Your intuition has become your lifestyle. Your choices are made in wholeness, not in doubt. And your life, slowly and steadily, becomes a mirror of your soul's deepest truth. That is the gift of spiritual wisdom, and now it lives in you. If you're ready to trust your inner guidance and follow your intuition with clarity and confidence, comment below. I follow my inner voice. Let this be your declaration that you no longer seek outside approval. Your soul already knows the way. Sign 3. Material desires no longer control you. You no longer crave the shiny symbols of success that once held power over you. The chase for wealth, the desire to accumulate more, the longing for titles, praise, and possessions, they've lost their grip. What once felt urgent now feels empty. You've looked behind the curtain of materialism and seen that it was never the destination. It was a distraction. What you want now cannot be held in your hands, but must be felt in your soul. Peace, purpose, and deep inner alignment. This is not detachment out of defeat. This is the kind of clarity that only arrives after the storm of longing has passed. You no longer measure your value by your bank account, your home, or your appearance. Instead, you measure it by how quiet your mind is when you're alone, how full your heart is when you give, and how aligned you feel when you speak your truth. Your old self used to hustle for validation, but your awakened self moves with quiet confidence. Your needs are no longer fueled by scarcity, but by sacredness. You no longer grasp, you allow. You no longer chase, you attract. And the shift is so powerful, it's almost invisible, yet your entire life feels lighter because of it. Abundance still flows to you, but the desperation is gone. There's no more begging, forcing, or proving. Now, abundance comes to you like a trusted friend, gently, consistently, and without resistance. You've realized that spiritual awakening doesn't mean rejecting money or success. It means refusing to let them define you. You no longer build your self-worth on things that can be taken away. You've rooted your worth in something eternal, your divine essence, your mission, your presence. You're no longer interested in proving anything to anyone. What once felt like ambition now feels like noise. Your soul has taken the lead. Your desires have been refined. You only move if it's in alignment. You only say yes if your spirit agrees. And that alignment has made you magnetic, not just to people, but to opportunities, blessings, synchronicities. What once required exhausting effort now flows with grace, because your energy is clean, your intentions are clear, your heart is open, and your hands are steady. As Carl Jung said, "Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakens." You've done the inner work. You've healed the need to be seen and replaced it with the power to see clearly. You've traded applause for peace, comparison for compassion, and approval for authenticity. Your life is no longer about getting more, but about becoming more. And that shift, that's not just growth, that's power. If this message resonates with you, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Let's keep evolving together. Sign number 4 is waiting for you. Sign 4. You have embraced solitude and peace. You no longer fear being alone because you've come to realize that solitude is not a punishment, it's a gift. The moment you stopped chasing noise and started cherishing silence was the moment your awakening matured. You began to understand what Carl Jung meant when he said, "Loneliness does not come from having no people around, but from being unable to communicate the things that matter." Now, your soul no longer aches for constant company. It craves peace, stillness, and presence. You have stopped filling the silence with distractions and started letting it speak to you. Spiritual awakening isn't just about realizing universal truths. It's about learning to enjoy your own company in a world that tries to make you forget who you are without others. You no longer measure your worth by how many people call, text, or notice you. You've stopped performing for attention and started protecting your energy like it's sacred. You've learned that not everyone deserves access to you, and that peace is not found in a crowd. It's found in alignment with your higher self. That's why shallow relationships no longer satisfy you. They feel too small, too loud, too disconnected from the depth your soul has awakened to. You begin to crave conversations that stretch your mind, not just pass the time. You're no longer afraid to walk away from people who can't meet you there. This isn't arrogance, it's evolution. It's the quiet confidence that comes from knowing yourself so deeply that you no longer negotiate your peace for temporary company. The void that once made you feel lonely now feels full because you filled it with self-respect, awareness, and truth. You've discovered the paradox that in silence, you are not alone. You are most connected. You start to notice how the world praises extroversion, but forgets that all transformation happens in the quiet. You don't need constant validation or stimulation anymore. You choose nights with yourself over draining events. You journal instead of overshare. You take walks to reconnect with your center rather than scroll endlessly for meaning. You find that when your energy is aligned, solitude becomes your sanctuary. It's not isolation, it's inner integration. Carl Jung believed that the process of individuation, of becoming whole, required retreating from the collective, confronting your own shadow, and learning to live from the center of your being. And that is exactly what you're doing. You are not waiting for someone else to complete you. You're not chasing after shallow conversations just to feel seen. You have become the one who sees yourself fully, and that's power. You no longer feel guilty for choosing peace. You protect your space, your time, and your heart because you understand that not everyone is meant to walk with you in this chapter. This isn't about being alone, it's about being in alignment. It's not about isolation. It's about insulation from noise that distorts your truth. Silence no longer signals emptiness. It signals readiness, depth, power. This is where the real transformation happens, not in the chaos, but in the calm. And now, you finally understand that. Do you feel this deep shift within you? If you've embraced solitude and found peace in your own presence, declare it boldly in the comments. I protect my peace and walk in divine stillness. Sign 5. You naturally attract people who need your light. You no longer need to announce your presence or explain your journey. People feel it. They are drawn to you, not because of your words, but because of your steady, grounded, and healing energy. Even without trying, you've become a lighthouse in the storm for those still lost in confusion. Strangers start conversations. Friends open up. Someone glances at you and senses peace. This is not an accident. This is what happens when your spiritual awakening has moved from a personal transformation to a collective impact. Your light is no longer for you alone. It's for others who are ready to rise. Carl Jung taught that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Now that you've done the inner work, facing the shadows, healing the wounds, dissolving illusions, you've shifted your frequency. People can feel that. Without knowing why, they sense that you're safe. They see something in your presence that reminds them of who they could be. And in a world where most are still asleep, your awakened state becomes a magnet for those hungry for clarity, guidance, and truth. You don't need to offer advice. Sometimes your stillness is enough. But just as light attracts, it also reveals. And not everyone is ready for what your energy exposes. You may notice that some people suddenly distance themselves. They might become defensive, critical, even hostile. This is not a reflection of you. It's a reflection of their own unhealed parts. Carl Jung called this the shadow, the unconscious aspects of ourselves we deny or suppress. When your light meets someone else's shadow, it either inspires or threatens. And that reaction has nothing to do with your worth. This is where spiritual wisdom becomes essential. Discernment is no longer optional. It's a requirement. You must learn to tell the difference between those who are genuinely seeking light and those who simply want to feed off it. Being open-hearted does not mean being available to everyone. Your energy is sacred. Protect it. Just because someone is drawn to you doesn't mean they're ready to grow with you. Give your presence, but not your peace. Hold space, but don't lose yourself in it. A young woman once shared how she used to wonder why people always poured their souls out to her, even strangers on the train. She wasn't a healer by profession, but her spirit had matured through years of quiet endurance. One day, someone told her, "I don't know why, but I feel lighter just talking to you." That's when she realized she had become medicine just by being real. Not perfect, not loud, just a present. That's what spiritual awakening does. It turns pain into power, silence into depth, and survival into healing for others. You didn't choose this role by ego. It was chosen through your journey. You don't have to force your light. It flows naturally because you've embodied it. And now, that light is guiding others home, not through preaching, but through being. If this message speaks to your soul, say it out loud. I am a vessel of light, and those who need healing are drawn to me. I honor this calling with wisdom and grace. Sign 6. You can see through deception and illusions. You no longer fall for the lies. That's the sign. The veil has lifted, and you see through the manipulation that once controlled you. The fear-based headlines, the glamorized illusions, the hollow promises of happiness sold by society no longer seduce you. You've awakened, and with that awakening comes a piercing clarity. It's not just that you recognize deception. You feel it, sense it, and walk away from it with grace. Your spiritual awakening has trained your perception. Now, you see the intention behind the words, the energy behind the actions, and the illusion behind the mask. You no longer believe something simply because it's on the news or because someone in power says it. Your discernment is alive, sharp, grounded, and uncompromising. You understand how deeply conditioned people are to accept fear as truth and control as safety. But you've stepped outside of that. You've stopped outsourcing your thinking. You question the narrative not out of rebellion, but because your soul refuses to live in illusion. And that discernment, that quiet, grounded knowing, has made you immune to fear. You used to get caught in the emotional chaos of others. Now, you observe it without absorbing it. You used to believe the world's definition of success, safety, and love. You define those things for yourself. You can feel when something is off, even if everyone else is clapping for it. You can see through the polished appearance and straight into the energy. You've stopped being impressed by the surface and started being guided by substance. And when people try to manipulate you, you feel it in your gut. You don't need evidence. Your body tells you. Your soul speaks louder than their performance. Carl Jung once said, "Your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart." And that's exactly what happened. You went inward, and the world became visible. You're no longer a puppet of culture, media, or fear. You walk in truth, and that truth keeps you steady in a world of shifting illusions. This clarity can feel isolating at times. You see things others don't. You sense energies they ignore. But this is not a burden, it's your power. You're not meant to convince others. You're meant to embody the truth so deeply that your presence itself becomes a disruption to deception. When others are triggered by your calm or your silence, it's because you remind them of a truth they've forgotten. You're not here to argue, to prove, or to explain. You're here to live aligned. That's what makes you untouchable. That's what keeps you free. You don't need to escape the world, you just no longer belong to the illusion of it. And when the world tries to pull you back into its fog, You return to your center. You return to your clarity. You return to your soul. Because once your spiritual awakening strips away illusion, there's no going back, and you wouldn't want to. If this message resonates with your spirit, subscribe and stay connected to a community that seeks truth beyond illusion. Here, we awaken, discern, and rise together in clarity. Remember, you are grounded in divine truth. No fear, no deception can shake you now. Sign 7. You feel a strong call to step into your mission. You no longer feel satisfied with what once excited you. The noise, the distractions, the things that used to fill your time now feel empty, like echoes from a version of yourself that no longer exists. This isn't apathy. This is clarity, a sacred clarity that arises after a long season of inner work, solitude, and shedding illusions. Carl Jung once said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakens." And you, after all the seeking, have awakened. But now, something deeper is stirring. It's not a whisper anymore. It's fierce, urgent, undeniable. You feel it in your bones, in your breath, in your spirit. You are being called. The call isn't vague. You are being pulled to teach, to heal, to lead, to build. Not because it's glamorous or profitable, but because it feels unbearable to do anything else. You are no longer able to numb this knowing. There's a shift from waiting for the sign to realizing you are the sign. Everything you've lived through, the grief, the chaos, the nights you thought you wouldn't survive, wasn't wasted. It was preparation. You didn't lose time. You were being forged. And now, that forging is complete. Now, you carry wisdom in your wounds and power in your presence. The old identity is collapsing because the new one is ready to rise. The world will still tempt you with comfort and conformity, but you've outgrown it. You've tasted something real, and nothing else will do. Carl Jung taught that healing doesn't mean becoming perfect, but becoming whole. You now understand your shadows, your patterns, your light. You are no longer fragmented. You are integrated. And that integration demands expression. This isn't the time to shrink. It's the time to step forward not with certainty, but with conviction. Think of the countless souls out there praying for a guide, a word, a sign of hope. What if that sign is you? What if your story, your voice, your truth is exactly what someone else needs to remember who they are? What if your pain, now alchemized into wisdom, is the bridge to someone else's freedom? The calling you feel isn't ego. It's a service. It's a sacred responsibility. And no, you don't need to have it all figured out. You just need to begin. Everything in your life has led to this moment. You've been initiated by experience, not theory. The universe doesn't wait for perfect people. It moves through willing vessels. Your spiritual awakening was never meant to be a destination. It was a doorway. And now that you've walked through it, the mission begins. Not someday, not when you're more ready. Now. If this message has stirred something deep within you, declare it boldly in the comments. I accept my divine mission. I am ready to serve with purpose and power. Your calling is no accident. It's time to rise. Subscribe and join others who are awakening to their true path. Thank you for joining us on this powerful journey. If something within you stirred while watching this video, trust that it wasn't random. Your awakening wasn't the end. It was the beginning of your true embodiment. Now is the time to live your wisdom, walk in your power, and become the mirror of the transformation you've already undergone. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Tap the notification bell so you never miss an upload that speaks directly to your soul. Until next time, stay aware, stay empowered, and keep using your light. Carl Jung, the secret to unlocking your true potential in life. Knowing yourself is the beginning of all wisdom, Aristotle once said, and nowhere is this truth more powerful than in the journey to unlocking your true potential. In today's video on spiritual wisdom, we'll explore Carl Jung's timeless insights on how understanding yourself can transform not only your choices, but your entire life. These principles aren't just ideas to admire. They're tools you can apply daily to grow, heal, and step into the person you were meant to become. What do you think holds the key to unlocking your greatest potential talent, passion, or self-awareness? Share your thoughts in the comments below as we dive deeper together. 1. Individuation and self-knowledge. Jung taught that realizing your true potential is not simply about talent or external success, but about deep self-knowledge gained through individuation, the lifelong process of integrating the conscious and unconscious into a unified whole. When you know yourself fully, you stop living according to expectations and begin walking a path that reflects your authentic nature. Without this knowledge, many chase careers, relationships, or goals that society praises, only to feel unfulfilled. But when you align with your inner truth, every step carries meaning. Even when the road is difficult, individuation reveals that much of who you are lies hidden beneath the surface, like the unseen mass of an iceberg. By confronting your unconscious, your shadows, your patterns, your forgotten strengths, you recover the parts of yourself that give depth and authenticity to your life. This integration is a form of spiritual awakening, for it shows that your struggles and desires are not isolated, but connected to universal archetypes that belong to all humanity. Recognizing these patterns allows you to heal, to forgive yourself, and to live with greater compassion toward others. In modern life, this journey is more vital than ever. Surrounded by noise, comparison, and constant pressure, it is easy to lose yourself in paths that are not yours. Individuation is the antidote, grounding you in authenticity, so your choices are no longer reactions to outside demands, but expressions of your true self. This alignment between inner and outer life brings a quiet strength that no external achievement can equal. It is not about perfection, but about wholeness, embracing both light and shadow, both strength and vulnerability, as essential parts of your being. Through this process, you awaken to the truth that your life has a unique rhythm and purpose. Self-knowledge becomes the foundation of genuine freedom, Because when you know yourself, you no longer need to chase validation. You create a life that naturally resonates with your soul. Individuation is not just personal growth. It is an act of contribution to the collective spirit. For every individual who awakens adds to the light of humanity. In choosing this path, you discover not only your true potential, but also the joy of living a life that is deeply and unapologetically your own. Have you ever truly looked within to understand who you are? If you've already begun this journey of individuation and self-knowledge, share your insights in the comments so others can be inspired. If not, simply comment, "I will begin to take the first step toward unlocking your true potential." 2. Facing passions and inner shadows. True spiritual development begins when you have the courage to face the desires, fears, and hidden wounds you often try to bury, because what you avoid will continue to control you in silence. Carl Jung taught that your true potential is unlocked not by escaping your inner shadows, but by integrating them into your conscious life, allowing every part of you, both light and dark, to contribute to your wholeness. Journaling is not just writing words on paper, but a sacred dialogue with your soul, where the silence of forgotten emotions finally finds a voice. Dream analysis is not mere fantasy, but a bridge to your subconscious, where symbols reveal truths your waking mind resists. Self-reflection, though uncomfortable, is the mirror that shows you the root of your reactions and the passions you have denied, giving you the chance to reclaim the energy you once abandoned. In a world that constantly demands speed and distraction, these practices invite you to slow down and listen to yourself with honesty. They remind you that fears are not curses, but doors to courage. Repressed desires are not shameful, but clues to your authentic self. And inner shadows are not enemies, but teachers guiding you toward wisdom. By choosing to confront rather than avoid, you transform heaviness into clarity, confusion into meaning, and wounds into strength. This is the heart of spirituality, an awakening that comes not from escaping reality, but from embracing it fully, integrating every hidden piece until you become whole. The message is clear. Do not run from your shadows, for they are the very path to light. And through this journey of integration, you will discover freedom, creativity, and a life of deeper purpose. 3. Conscious choice and personal responsibility. Carl Jung believed that we are not defined by what has happened to us, but by what we choose to become, reminding us that life is shaped by conscious choice and personal responsibility. When you take control of your decisions, set clear goals, and bring the hidden, immature parts of your psyche into awareness, you break free from old traumas and patterns that once held you back. The process of individuation, as Jung described it, is not just theory, but a living practice, an invitation to integrate your shadows, heal your wounds, and move toward wholeness. Repeating the past happens when we live unconsciously, driven by fears and repressed emotions. But when you confront these shadows, you reclaim your power. Jung warned that there is no coming to consciousness without pain, and it is through this necessary discomfort that transformation takes place. By facing what you have denied, you no longer let it sabotage your future. Instead, you turn wounds into wisdom and failures into strength. This is intelligence aligned with spiritual wisdom, the ability to make the unconscious conscious and choose differently. In modern life, Where distraction and blame are easy escapes, growth demands courage and responsibility. You cannot control what life gives you, but you can control how you respond. Every choice, whether in your career, relationships, or inner life, is a chance to either repeat cycles or write a new story. To live intentionally is to recognize that your past is a teacher, not a sentence, and that your potential unfolds each time you choose awareness over avoidance. Jung's reminder is timeless. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. The power to shape your destiny lies in your hands, and it begins with conscious choice, clarity of intention, and the courage to grow. If you're ready to take conscious responsibility for your life and step fully into your true potential, comment below. I choose responsibility. Let this be your declaration of empowerment today. 4. Turning weaknesses into strengths. Weaknesses and flaws, when embraced with awareness, are not obstacles but stepping stones toward growth. Sensitivity, often seen as fragility, becomes a powerful channel for empathy, creativity, and deep understanding. It allows you to perceive what others overlook and opens doors to wisdom that lies beneath the surface of daily life. Stubbornness, criticized as rigidity, can be refined into resilience and determination. The inner strength that keeps you committed when challenges arise. History is filled with individuals who were once called obstinate, yet it was precisely this quality that fueled their breakthroughs and lasting contributions. Imagination, sometimes dismissed as impractical, is in truth one of the greatest treasures of the mind. For Jung, it was the bridge between the conscious and the unconscious, a key to unlocking hidden truths. When disciplined and directed, imagination becomes the seed of transformation, shaping visions that can manifest into reality. Spirituality and spiritual awakening are not about erasing these so-called flaws, but about integrating them into the wholeness of your being. Jung's process of individuation teaches that light and shadow, strength and weakness must be united for the self to truly emerge. Sensitivity evolves into awareness, stubbornness into perseverance, imagination into creation. Each perceived weakness becomes a guide, showing you where your greatest lessons are waiting. When you consciously transform them, you turn raw vulnerability into refined strength. The path to your true potential lies not in rejecting yourself, but in fully accepting who you are, using every imperfection as sacred material for becoming whole. 5. Spiritual connection and reflection. Carl Jung believed that connecting with something greater than yourself, whether it is God, the universe, or the vast flow of human civilization, gives life a deeper meaning. This connection allows you to rise above the surface level of material pursuits and feel part of a greater whole. In solitude and reflection, you begin to see clearly what belongs to you and what has been imposed upon you by society, culture, or family. Without this pause, you risk living under borrowed expectations, never discovering your real voice or your full potential. As Jung said, your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart, reminding us that spirituality and spiritual development are practices of aligning with inner truth, not abstract ideas. Through this alignment, you awaken an inner compass that guides your choices with authenticity. Life no longer revolves around status or approval, but becomes a journey toward wholeness. This is the heart of individuation, the process of integrating all aspects of yourself, even the hidden shadows you fear to face, into one complete being. Solitude offers the courage to confront these shadows, while reflection helps transform them into wisdom. Every moment of silence becomes a step toward greater awareness. Every honest encounter with yourself, a spark for spiritual awakening. Modern life pulls you in many directions, filled with distractions, comparisons, and pressures that make you feel restless or disconnected. Jung taught that the remedy lies not in doing more, but in stillness, in listening to the quiet voice within that reveals your authentic path. Practices like prayer, meditation, or time in nature reconnect you with the infinite, filling you with strength and clarity. When your outer actions align with this inner truth, you move through life with purpose, peace, and authenticity. True potential is not found in becoming someone else, but in fully becoming yourself. And it is through spirituality and spiritual development that this transformation unfolds. Leave a like and subscribe to our channel. And don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss powerful insights like this. Keep nurturing your spiritual connection by typing in the comments, "I am aligned with divine wisdom and reflection." As we close this journey into Carl Jung's wisdom, remember that unlocking your true potential begins with the courage to know yourself and embrace the path of individuation. Every step you take toward self-awareness is a step toward living the life you were meant to live. If this message has inspired you, I invite you to like this video, share it with others who may need it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos filled with insights to guide your spiritual growth.